The following is a live presentation of CBC Sports.
Tonight, no blinking allowed. For many, a one-game winner-take-all affair would be an exciting opportunity, but for the Canadians, it's just another ultimatum. They will feel rejection or relief, but not ecstasy. That kind of joy belongs to rare or original moments, and for the Canadians, this is neither. It's a scene they have seen before. That's why the vacant looks at a grander vision. That's why big stairs and giant steps. An individual focus on a nationwide picture. Tonight, millions will watch, hoping to see their players through. It's Canada versus Sweden semifinal action from Philadelphia. So who do you look to? The world's been divided in half. 4 teams are now alive. Those which finish 4th and 3rd get $100,000. Second place, $200,000. The winner, $300,000. It's not about the pay now, it's about pride. And tonight, one of the semifinals, Team Canada, Team Sweden. Last time these two collided in a major international meet, this was Peter Forsberg with a chance to put Sweden ahead in the shootout at the Olympic Games of Norway. And one of the prettiest moves you'll ever see. Poor Corey Hirsch, sorry Grapes, didn't mean to do that, but a great goal by Forsberg. Canada had a chance to tie it up, but Tommy Salo, who will get the start for Sweden in goal tonight, came up with a big save, and Sweden defeated Canada. That moment immortalized on a postage stamp as Canada had to take its licks. Good evening, Ron McLean with Don Cherry. I'm sure you're really torn choosing a team tonight.
Well, I'm sure Corey of the Vancouver campus really does that to encourage us. Look, we got Shakespeare on the opening. That's been our problem here. Let's play old-time hockey. Let's spill some blood. Let's play Canadian hockey and get going. We can't go out in these games like we're doing, playing European hockey. Throw it in there. I'm going to talk about throwing it in the coach's corner. Get in there, take the body, and get going. We're not playing. Eric, bang, bang.
You know they'll bang a little in the first 10 minutes, Canada. No Ulf Samuelsson, no Thomas Sandstrom tonight, so the Swedes may not be. Michael Renberg would have been a big presence, so can they handle that? They're going to sit back a bit, I'm sure.
Well, what they're going to do, they're going to put one guy in, play back. You know that you paint dry. You watch it the other night. Last night was not watching paint dry those two teams. We got to force them. Unfortunately, we don't play that way. It's like a boxer, you know. Two guys on defense. We got to go at them. Get the puck in deep. Get in there, and I'm going to start hitting them. We got to start playing old-time hockey here. Get back to what made us great. Never mind this pussyfooting around.
I did think the Russians looked good last night, but Finland wasn't much.
They might be sandbagging. Listen, you know the Russians are pretty smart. Might be sandbagging. All of a sudden they're coming on. You know, when did they do that in '87? I think it was.
Big story tonight is Mark Messier. Let's have a look at him in the warm-up. He will go this evening. Mark Messier is dressed and in uniform for Canada. The other big news along with Mark is Eric Lindros. He'll play on the wing with Joe Sakic. Sakic and Forsberg, that's a matchup Glenn Sather wants, although he doesn't have last change.
Well, Forsberg won't be worried about Sakic. He'll be worried about Eric. I like that, putting Eric on the wing, because it takes a lot of responsibility off him. Now he can go out and do Eric with him. I hear he's getting ripped in the papers and everything. Like all Glenn says and I say, he just needs one goal, then look out for Eric.
Can't criticize him for trying too hard, that's right. For sure. What's your score?
5-3, Canada will win 5-3 in the open net.
Okay, well, let's get the other coach's perspective. Kent Forsberg, head coach of Team Sweden. Glenn Sather, of course, running Team Canada. Here's what the two said about the significance of their approach tonight.
Maybe that's the most important game after the Olympic Games in Lillehammer. Because we have World Championship every year, but the World Cup it's for each 4 year, I hope, but it's an important game for us.
Well, we went over their lineup individually. We went over their team plan. We went over what we think will be their game plan, how they're going to play against us. But primarily went through each individual on their team, and guys on our team that have played with some of these guys or played with them, talked about them. And it's funny, in that meeting, Andy Murray was pretty wound up. He was the guy that was ready to play him. I think he's had a lot of grief from the Swedes over the years, so he's very keen to beat them.
There's a man who's been through a few of these wars. Mark Messier in uniform for the Canadians this evening. Mr. and Mrs. Fleury flew in for the game, and they rarely do that. They wanted to say hi to Irene and Wilford back in Oxbow. All of Canada tuned in to see semifinal action. Those with the Maple Leaf for the first time in white against Sweden in blue when we come back to the Core State Center in Philadelphia, PA on the World Cup of Hockey on CBC.
The World Cup of Hockey on CBC is brought to you by Molson Canadian. By Canadian Tire. The greatest moments in hockey brought to you by Canadian Tire. By Chrysler Canada. At Chrysler, we're not just building cars, we're building Canada. And by AT&T Canada.
Canada and Sweden in a game that will see the winner go to the final for the World Cup against either Russia or the U.S. Good evening, everybody. This is Bob Cole with Harry Neal in the booth at the Core State Center in Philadelphia. And we're getting ready for this showdown between Canada and Sweden. First, the anthems.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. The national anthem of Sweden.
The goaltenders for tonight's game. Tommy Salo, a bit of a surprise maybe here. The starting goaltender for Sweden. Soderstrom was outstanding in the preliminary round in Europe, but he's the backup tonight. Well, this is no surprise. Curtis Joseph has won all 3 games he's played. Goals against 2 and a .912 save percentage. There's Salo at the other end getting set. Garpenlov, number 29, Bergqvist, 18. They gather round. Dahlin is there. Nordstrom, 14. This is a big game. I don't have to remind you of that. Canada and Sweden. And Harry, I don't know about you, but finally you get that feeling of a world championship here in Philadelphia tonight.
Yes, there's no question about that. And Team Canada, I think for the first time in the last 3 games anyway, are wired for this one.
Mark Fawcett is the referee. You saw him a moment ago. Ray Scapinello and Dan Shaki will work the lines. And starting up front for Canada will be Sakic, Lindros, and Shanahan. Eric Desjardins and Scott Stevens, the starting defenseman. Sundstrom, Mikael Andersson and the red-hot Mats Sundin, who leads all scorers in the tournament, number 13 for Sweden. Tommy Albolin and Kalle Johansson, the captain of the Swedish team, and Johansson is upended but out to center. Sundström is coming down there with Mikael Andersson. He poked it in back of the net. There is Sundin trying to slip it out front. He ran into some difficulty, and Stevens goes after it. Sakic gets it out, and Lindros has a little bit of room to get in there. Lindros is cutting along the boards and coming out front. He can't control it. And to hook it away with his skate. Now he's checked, bites off the first check, but falls, and Sundström gets the puck ahead. Stevens will slam it back in, and that's the sign for Canada to make changes. Back is Kalle Johansson. Ran into forechecking right off the bat, but Sweden pick it up and get it out to center ice. Alfredsson comes in with the first shot on goal. Stopped by Joseph. Alfredsson lost it to Messier. Down the wing he goes, cutting for the net on the backhand. Scooped it up high, and Salo made the glove save. And a good start to this one. This is Rob Blake back in the lineup tonight. He hit Graves down on the line. He shot it in back of the net, and Salo is out to clear it, but right onto the Canadian stick. It is Messier rolling it in there. Messier gets ready to pick it up again, and does. He centered it. Sweden covers up in front, and Daniel Alfredsson clears the zone. Sweden trying to change. Lemieux on the ice. Head to Messier. Messier picks a bump and gives one back. He and Bergquist bump together. A shot back to the Canadian zone. Adam Foote backing up, number 52. Rolled it ahead. Tom Foose got away with that pass through the middle and backhanded in. Gretzky on for his first shift. Gretzky is in the corner, hoping the puck will get into him, but it got by Adam Foote down the ice. And he bumped with Fredrik Nielsen. Canada moving up. 2:15 gone already in a swift moving first period. Sweden back to break it up. Not cleared though. Gretzky set it up. Now the pass back to the line, and that was tipped away. Yulin nearly got going for it. No bumping yet. We suspected Canada anyway would come out hitting, but it's been a fair pace to start the game. We played just about 3 minutes. No score. In comes Fleury. Shot. Deflected off Kalle Johansson and high on the glass. Nylander gets the puck ahead. A break for Yulin. Can he get in? No. Yulin thought he had a break. But a fine defensive play.
The ability to recover. It's a talent not all defensemen have.
Eiserman dumped one through the crease. Lindros in there battling again. Trying to hook it away for Brind'Amour. Lindros along the boards, and Blake is pitching in. There's a hard hit on Patrick Yulin. He really floored him. 3 minutes, 37 seconds into the first, no score.
Rob Blake pinching down the boards really shakes up the Swedish player Yulin right here. Yulin, give him credit. He chipped it out, but he took a hit in doing it. And a giveaway by Eric Desjardins right here, and Theoren Fleury roars back and makes a great defensive play when it looked like the Swede was going to walk in all alone.
Canada wins the draw inside that Swedish line. Into the corner, Big Lindros again looking for it. Sakic couldn't come up with it. Sundström cleared it up to center for Sweden. Andersson coming in, gets his second chance and put it in the crease area. Sweden attacking now, but Blake is hitting furiously now for Canada. Nailed his man again along the board, centering pass to Sundin. Look out! His shot blocked, and Lindros in a hurry had to scoop it away, and it went high over the glass. In behind Team Canada's bench.
Well, two brilliant young centers for Sweden, Sundin and Forsberg, are going to be marked men as far as the Canadian team's concerned. And you can see right here, 13 Sundin, He won't get a lot of room to skate, and Shanahan picks him up early and stays with him for the whole rush. Matt Sundin, as you mentioned, Bob, leads the tournament in scoring.
He has 4 goals and 2 assists. 6 points. Fedorov, Hull, and McGillney also have 6 points. But he has the 4 goals and only 3 games.
2 of them game winners.
Nearing the 5-minute mark of the first period. No score in this one yet. Canada coming out. Toffee through center. Trying to set up Graves at the blue line. It went off his stick and back of Team Sweden's net. Puck is cleared back to center ice. Rolin. Stopped by Popovich. He took a bump at the blue line. Had a foot hit his man in the corner. Forsberg is hit. Messier is watching him. Tight quarters. Grabs him. They wrestle a bit. The play goes right on. And Messier gets the puck and Forsberg is chasing him. A bit of a light two-hander trying to catch Messier. It is centered. And Joseph stopped one. A big save by Joseph. Still no score first period. Just past the 5-minute mark and Canada will dump it in. Out of the net. There, Chris. And he takes a hit. Lemieux hit him. Forsberg made the cross-ice pass. Up near center, Alfredson. In goes Bearcrest. He'll get hit. Desjardins nailed him. And he's slow getting up. Canada coming out hitting now. Gretzky's pass is ahead. Was a good one for Damphousse, who dumps it in. Out of the net, Salo. Stopped by Desjardins. He just couldn't quite hold it in. And Stevens is turning around. No score. Coming up to 6 minutes of the first. Hammered in from center ice by Desjardins. Gretzky has it. To the line, Stevens shot. Gretzky again. Turning back. Stick handling in there, but gave it away inside the line. Trying to set it up for Desjardins. Sweden is away. On a long shift though. 2 of them were headed off. So not much of a rush that time. Coming back down Trevor Linden. Getting up over the line. Gretzky put it back on the boards for him. Linden. He's covered. Gretzky comes in to help him. Gretzky pumped. Made the play back to the line. Shot in there at the goal post. Niedermeyer hit the goal post. And Blake fires one in. Sweden break it up and get out. Nylander coming to center. He has to wait for help. Dahlin was no help for him. Fleury comes in. He's checked. Canada with a great surge now and pressing Team Sweden in the early going of this game. This is the best I've seen Canada play so far.
Lots of hits and almost all of them good, clean, intelligent takeouts. They're sending a message to the Swedish team that you are going to get hit every time you move the puck. And if Canada can continue to play a physical game, stay out of the penalty box, they will cause Sweden some trouble as this game wears on. Niedermeyer takes a nice point shot and rolls one off the post. Canada has been credited with 8 good body checks already, and it's an investment that sometimes doesn't pay off till the latter half of the game. We shall see if that is true tonight.
6 minutes, 46 seconds gone in period 1.
Peter Forsberg and Mark Messier, 2 of the strongest centers in the National Hockey League. Forsberg's balance and ability to take a check are among his great assets, and we all know Mark Messier. He has neutralized a lot of good centers over the years.
Brind'Amour trying to win the faceoff in there, couldn't quite do it. Murray was parked right behind him. Sweden just shot it down the ice. It's cleared over the glass into the crowd.
21 NHLers play on Team Sweden, and there are only 27 in the National Hockey League. The last 2 Calder Trophy winners came from Sweden. Alfredson last year, Forsberg the year before.
Tommy Soderstrom, the goaltender, right there in the end of the Swedish bench.
3 goals against in 3 games. You might be right, whoever you pick as a goalie.
He was very upset this morning. I was talking to him when he was told he wouldn't be starting in this game. He was great overseas. Not on this one. Salo is in for Sweden. Nylander checked, can't center it. Julin, he's checked back of the net. Canada getting the puck out to center ice, cross center ice, and a penalty called in behind the play. I do believe it's against Sweden. First penalty of the game.
Well, he was upset because Paul Coffey gave him a good jolt behind the net. You're going to see it right here. Coffey is not known for the hit. Julin gives him a little comb in the back of the head. Retaliation penalties, I guess, are out tonight in the eyes of Mark Fawcett, the referee.
All right, Canada 6 for 19 in World Cup competition on the power play, and they get their first chance in this hockey game. No score. Coming up to the 8-minute mark of the opening period, and Sweden will bring the puck out of their own zone. Sundstrom is coming up on the line with Sundin. Tried the shot, gets it back again. The backhander. Good save by Joseph. Fine work by Sundin. Lindros, Coffey, Danfus, Sakic, and Gretzky. The power play. It is Lindros leaving it for Wayne Gretzky coming in. Winding up. Shot it off the boards for Sakic. Sakic tried to pass to Danfus. He missed it. Danfus is covered. And Kelly Johansson ripped it down the ice.
Sweden have not allowed a power play goal against in 17 times shorthanded.
Gretzky's cross-ice pass was knocked down. Team Canada will change up on the power play now. 50 seconds left on it. Coffey, dangerous back there with Peter Forsberg watching him. Sakic and Coffey unable to move it up against Mikael Anderson. Now they roll it to center. Sakic made a good move to get by Alfredsson. They can't get in deep. 30 seconds left of the penalty to Sweden. No score. Canada without a shot yet. And they move up one more time. Messier is down the boards for Fleury to Messier. Shot! He missed the far side by a fair bit. And it slides all the way back down the ice, and the penalty is just about over. 5 seconds left. Puck is shot in deep to the corner. Almelin ahead to Bergqvist. Penalty done. Julin on the ice. And Team Sweden weathered the storm that Canada threw at them in the first 8 minutes. See what happens now. They'll pick it up. Joseph the save. Big rebound. It's cleared over the glass into the crowd. We are nearing the halfway mark of the first. And no score. Gary Neal, Ron McLean, and Don Cherry at the Coors State Center in Philadelphia. The winner of this one on to the final.
This is the first time the Swedish centermen have experienced the new markings and face-off rule.
Penalty called on the draw. Somebody got an elbow up on somebody, and I got a feeling this one is against Canada. Fawcett is now making the sign, and indeed it is. A Swedish power play coming up as Adam Graves gets called for the elbow.
Right off the face-off, Graves elbowed the Swedish player, Andreas Johansson, right there. Just a little sinus clearer, but he's going to serve 2 minutes or less. The Swedish power play 4 for 18 in the round-robin games, and the Canadian penalty killing an impressive 86.7% success rate.
Canada's power play, they did not get one shot on Tommy Salo.
They had real trouble getting through the neutral zone on any kind of a rush. Some good forechecking by the Swedish penalty killers made it difficult for Canada to get going over the blue line with any kind of speed. Fawcett going over to hurry up Forsberg, who was changing his hockey stick.
Canada has had 2 shots in the game so far, 3 by Sweden. Joseph already has made 2 pretty good saves. Sweden in close. Nicholas Lidstrom with Matt Sundin. up to Peter Forsberg. He stepped across center before taking the pass. Offside.
Well, Steve Yzerman made a right play there in a defensive zone penalty killing situation face-off. As soon as he saw his defenseman get the puck on the left side of the net, he roared and stepped back in the corner on the right side and had a chance to get the puck out of the zone. So anticipation when you kill penalties is part of the big job that has to be done, especially against the Swedish team who's got some real offensive power in this power play.
Canada will have a chance to kill a few seconds by going deep, and it's Scott Stevens. Lots of time to find the opening to get it out and down to the Team Sweden blue line. Now Sweden moving it up. Shot in by Sundstrom. And again Canada with it. And it's cleared by Desjardins. The length of the ice, allowing Canada to change up the penalty killers. A minute 20 left in the power play for Sweden. No score first period, and here they come. Forsberg bumped. Alfredsson trying to go in with Sundin. The backhander is blocked. All the way back to the line, though. Lidstrom beats it off to the boards. Sweden on the outside now will get a chance to set up. It is Lidstrom again. Sundin ripped it right on. Joseph had the angle on that. Another shot, step by Joseph. Curtis Joseph has met Sundin's number. 2 big chances for Sweden, and Joseph was there.
Dom Foose tried to ice the puck, and the stick broke between his hands, and it rolled right to the point. And Curtis Joseph looks sharp tonight. Here is a nice cross-ice pass and the one-timer by Matt Sundin from the top of the circle, and then he gets a bonus chance. As you can see, Dom Foose's stick breaks. And here's Curtis Joseph, who has looked sharp early in this hockey game, and Matt Sundin is showing us why he is leading the scoring in this tournament.
Nylander is number 92 for Sweden on this face-off against Sakic of Canada. 55 seconds left in the power play. Sweden, no score. Nylander got it all the way back to the line. Shot off the shoulder of Joseph. He's being peppered now on this power play by Sweden. Again, at the blue line. Johansson. Here's another shot. That's kicked back out and cleared to the line, not out. Johansson again beats it. Joseph down. Karpenloff to the boards, threw it in back of the net. Dahlin up front, and Joseph again makes a big save. Boy, Curtis Joseph has really been tested now by Sweden, and he's keeping them all out.
Well, the best penalty killer is always your goaltender, and the Swedish team can really pass the puck, and they're looking for that one-timer from a player on the wrong wing. And here's a shot from Calle Johansson, who's got way too much time and can walk in way too far, and he stings Joseph with that stop. And then Joseph makes a bit of a fortunate stop here off Ulf Dahlin, who had a shot from about 8 feet out, but he was busy and good. Curtis Joseph.
Nylander won the draw smartly back to the line. Again on the outside, Nordstrom threw it in. Out front again, and Joseph takes another one away from Ulf Dahlin. Great goaltending by Canada's Curtis Joseph.
You can see that the Swedes love to have their wingers play the off wing, as Dahlin did right there. And that gives them a much better angle on the shot. And Ulf Dahlin has had 2 real good shots, this being the second one, and Joseph's made 2 big-time stops on Dahlin. Here's another look. A short little pass through the legs of the defenseman for Canada. And Joseph stopped it with his arm.
From the blue line, Joseph stopped that shot from Nordstrom. 5 seconds left in the power play. Canada, or better said, Joseph has killed it off. Now, Yulin steps up over the line and back up again. Sweden changing. They nearly got caught with too many men on the ice on that play, but they got away with it, clearing the ice quickly. Shallow had to cover up. That one came off the boards out into the crease area with Fleury in causing problems, but he covered it. There is no score in the first period, and here's a big reason why. On that last power play, Curtis Joseph, well, he's made 11 total, but 8 on that power play.
You know, you learn new things about a team when you play them for the first time. Canada now knows no unnecessary penalties.
Niedermeyer tries his shot from the point and doesn't get through the crowd. Niedermeyer got back to cover up. Blake starts this play. Gretzky is up there with Linden getting over the line. Blake gets his shot. Blocked by Salo. Might have been off the net on the short side. But he couldn't take a chance. Gloved it anyway and held it.
With great prices and Canadian Tire money, you won't just save, you'll score. Canadian Tire, everyday low prices made better.
Rob Blake, trailing the rush, took a little drop pass right here and lets a quick shot go. And Salo caught it with ease.
Linden, Domfus, and Gretzky, the line for Canada. Linden went in there to bump his man. Sweden will get it out. Sundin made the play to Sundstrom. Coming up over the line, broken up. Domfus was ahead of the play, but Linden didn't see him in time. Domfus comes back to help now. Crosses center and lifts a high one into the corner. Linden is coming in after his man and kept going, and he hit him. Nilsson, the Sweden, stopped near the center ice red line. And Canada will be called for icing as they shoot it down the ice. And Matthias Nordstrom was back to touch it.
Well, Nicholas Sundstrom found out cutting across the middle of the rink is a dangerous activity. Rob Blake, with his second big hit of the night, stopped Sundstrom in his tracks right here. Sundstrom's eyeballs were the size of bowling balls at the last second there. And down he goes.
7 minutes, 13 seconds left in the first period. And no score. Shots 11-2 in favor of Sweden.
Well, there's Sundstrom. He's in a little physical trouble on the bench.
Lemieux left his man to come back, and Johansson got the shot away on that play. And again, Curtis Joseph is solid, cutting the angle.
Well, the Swedish doctor is telling Sundstrom he's all right. Sundstrom whispering, "I'm not sure about that, doctor." Those are the kind of hits that really hurt when you stop suddenly, as Sundstrom did, thanks to Rob Blake.
Forsberg, 21 for Sweden. Can't win the draw from Messier. Messier takes the puck back to the net and starts out. Drops it back. Desjardins, he likes to carry it. And it's flipped in deep. Albeline coming back to pin his man. Graves gets loose on the puck though. Graves and Lemieux are in there for Canada. Graves and Garpenlov all over him. Lemieux takes it back to the net, gets it out. And it's ducked over in front and cleared by Garpenlov. He races to center. Alfredson was open, but the pass was stopped by Lemieux, who then rolled it up there. Graves gave it away. Garpenlov can't get it out. Graves gets his shot as he turned and fired and put it right on. Salo, the stick save easily. 6:20 left in the period. No score. Shanahan up for Canada. And he's down, and there's going to be a penalty to Sweden as Shanahan upended. He was grabbed from behind first and then was knocked down. And another power play for Team Canada coming up.
The Swedish team are quite good at running passive interference to stop the forechecker from getting on the defenseman after the shoot-ins. And he's hooked there, but that's not the penalty. The penalty's coming up right here as Shanahan wants to get to the puck, and Rolin doesn't let him. And Canada will have a power play now, and they did not look very impressive on their last one.
Didn't get a shot.
Team Sweden penalty number 27, Leaf Roland. 2 minutes for high sticking.
And that shot there moments ago by Graves along the ice on the blue line shot was only their third of the period. Sweden has had 12.
Tommy Salo has yet to have to make a big-time stop.
Well, he's facing Team Canada's power play now. Rolling in the box. Canada with a first shot. Off his stick. Wide of the net. Gretzky dumped it off the boards back at the goal for Domfus. And with him is Lindros. To the line it comes. Gretzky is in there, and he tipped it. He tried to set up Lindros on the other side. It got to the netminder, Salo, and he held it.
Well, sometimes when you try and tip a puck, Bob, you get too much of it. And that's exactly what happened to Gretzky. I think it hit the shaft of his stick, not the blade, and it rolled harmlessly to Salo on a point shot right here by Sakic. Sakic saw Gretzky, and you can see that the tip slowed the puck up, and it wouldn't have even made it over the goal line, I don't think.
Lindros, Gretzky, Dom Foose, Coffey, and Sakic. No score, 6 minutes to go in the first period. Lindros won the draw, but the puck rolled back to the line and was cleared out by Nordstrom. Coffey. Dom Foose laid it on the boards, took a hit from Nordstrom. Shook it off and went in after it, and here's a chance at the line for Sakic. Shoots, and it hit the leg in front. Nordstrom standing in front of Sakic. The net. Joseph for Coffey. 1:15 left in the power play, Canada. Lindros takes the pass, takes the shot. That's deflected easily, and it's into the crowd up behind Tommy Salo.
Well, big Eric Lindros, who's been held to 1 assist in this tournament, which is far below his normal rate. I think he's trying to do a little too much, to tell you the truth. It's easy to say to a player, do less better. But really, that is one way of getting out of a slump. And of course, this is a popular spot for Eric. Bobby Clark said it's a good idea to start Eric here in Philadelphia. He seems to play better when he's in the starting 6 players. Canada did that.
Messier won the draw, all right, but nobody could stop it at the blue line. And only 1 minute now left in the power play. No score. Canada coming up. Sakic pass got by everybody. Shanahan dumped it on the boards. Messier is in there, and he lost it. And Garpenau will shoot it down the ice for Sweden. 45 seconds left in Team Sweden penalty. Going to send Canada back again. Sakic and Fleury are back there together. Shanahan moving to the left side. And up they come. Shanahan is offside, trying to hang on at the blue line. The pass from Sakic was tipped.
I'm really impressed with the Swedish penalty killing in the neutral zone. Canada has not been able, at least so far in this game when they've had a power play, to get a rush going where they cleanly get it over the blue line with some speed. They're either being angled off by the forechecker or forced to make a long pass that they haven't been able to complete very often.
25 seconds, that's all that remains in the power play for Canada. No score, first period. Rob Blake steps up to center and shoots it in by Linden. He'll have to get in there fast in an effort to pick it up, and he did a pretty good job doing it. Knocked down by Blake at the line. Pushed a pass ahead into the corner. Linden is with it. Linden trying to get it to Gretzky. He's covered. And Sweden will kill off the penalty by getting it out. Rolin is out of the penalty box. Mikhail Anderson trying to bring it in. Got the puck in deep. They were making changes. Linden's pass. Nobody on that side. And that'll be an icing call against Team Canada with 3:51 left in the first period. No score. Another big crowd at the Core State Center in Philadelphia for Canada and Sweden. U.S. and Russia go tomorrow in Ottawa. And the two winners of these weekend games to the World Cup final starting here in Philadelphia. 2 and 3 if necessary in Montreal. One thing at a time. This one first. Sweden looking for the first goal here. Johansson drives it. That's stopped. Back to the line. They'll get another crack at it. Up it goes. Nylander fired one, and Joseph again took one away from Dahlin. 3 or 4 great chances Dahlin has had in this first period. Joseph has been outstanding for Canada. 3:15 left in the period. And still no score. Calle Johansson. Julien. Nylander, the pass behind him, he didn't see it. And the circle to pick it up, and everybody had to stop at the blue line, and he shot it in. 3 minutes left in the period. Desjardins. Back for Stevens. Up through center ice. Lemieux poked one in there. Popovich takes it for Sweden. He put it by Lemieux. And 3 Sweden players are on the attack. Johansson coming in. Long shot, hit a stick, went wide. Rolin, the defenseman, pinching in. But Messier was behind the net to leave it there. Coffey weaves his way to center. Lemieux spun around trying to chase it. And Team Canada is offside with 2:30 left in the period.
Against the Swedish team, cross-ice passes, long ones in the neutral zone, are very difficult to complete. They really play a trap system once they know they can't get any forechecking done. Curtis Joseph has taken a hat trick away from Ulf Dahlin. 3 big stops on the San Jose forward. He was hurt for a big chunk of last year. And that, of course, hurt and helped San Jose have a bad season.
Mikael Andersson, Sundström, and Sundin for Sweden. Nordstrom trying to shoot it in, and here's Joe Sakic coming up. Quick shot. Got it high and wide. Lindros trying to roll it back. It does get back to Adam Foote. And it went by Lindros and Shanahan. Oh, and Lindros is in there. Hitting Nordstrom hard. Shanahan, they score! Shanahan made the centering pass. And Eric Lindros with a big hit and his first goal.
This is a big goal for Canada, obviously, but a huge goal for Lindros. He starts it all off with a thundering body check, and then Nordstrom lets him go to the net all alone, and he gets a nice little pass. And all the coaches on Team Canada said, if Eric can only get a goal, his confidence will be restored, and we'll see the real Lindros.
Well, everybody in Philadelphia is happy now. On that great play by Lindros. First the hit. A big hit it was. And then getting in position. And the big play from Shanahan.
Team Canada goals.
Canada.
The assist number 94, Brendan Shanahan. Along with number 20, Joe Sakic.
Joe Sakic also getting an assist on the goal along with Shanahan. Lindros got the goal, 17:59 the time. Canada leads 1-0. Sweden back in offside with 1.5 minutes left in this first period.
Well, not often do you get direct results from a big forechecking hit. But there was a great example. He hurried Nordstrom into making a play he didn't want to make. He thundered him into the glass and then went to the net, and Nordstrom didn't take him. And you can see what happened. A lovely little pass by Shanahan, and Eric Lindros gets his first goal in tournament play.
And Glenn Sather sizing it up as we look at that goal one more time. He gets this line back out very quickly. So he has his sense. There goes Lindros. Didn't see the puck quickly. Fired it behind him. Shanahan has it. Niedermayer was in front of the net. He didn't see him. And Sweden bring it out. Forsberg comes up to center. Stopped. Karpenlov. He's stopped. Forsberg is hit. Alfredson backhands it in. He takes a hit from Rob Blake. Canada's hitting more and more. Forsberg, he'll come back hitting himself, and he threw a decent one in there. Here comes Messier flying in there, and Salo had to hurry to get out of the way. 40 seconds left in the period. Sundin comes up on the right side, but the pass goes the other way. Now there's Sundin trying to go in to pick it up. Ian Nylander, he's flat. Puck back of the net, centered. Lemieux takes his man in on the boards, and the puck gets out. 25 seconds left in the period. Sundin rattles it back in. Comes off the boards in both corners, and all the way back to the center ice area. 10 seconds left in the period. Sweden shooting it in, and it's Sundin in. Apparently he missed it, and the play goes all the way back down the ice with only 6.8 seconds left in the first period. The shots 14-5 in favor of Sweden. Joseph was great, but Canada has the only goal. Lindros at 17:59 from Sakic and Shanahan.
Well, the first goal against a team like Sweden, who likes to play a 0-0 game at even strength and then beat you on the power play, is a big one for Canada. They now can settle into a game where they don't have to create something in a big hurry. And Glenn Sather and Mark Crawford both said to me this morning at practice, we have to be patient. We haven't been able to be patient in most of the games, and it has hurt us badly. With a one-goal lead, it's a much easier assignment. And there's Mark yelling for a better face-off alignment here. There's 6.8 seconds to go. If they win the draw, they got lots of time to get a chance.
It'll be to the right of Tommy Salo, and Lindros is on again. And Gretzky is on with him this time with Shanahan.
They're going to play 4-man up because there's no chance that the Swedes can get the length of the ice in 6 seconds.
Here we go. Guess he doesn't want to drop it in. He does. Kelly Johansson back of the goal. And it gets out to center ice. No harm done on that face-off inside the Swedish blue line. The total shots now in the period 14-5. Sweden, though, had 8 of them, was it, on that power play? They had one power play, and Curtis Joseph was really great.
Yes, he was. And Team Sweden shows you that don't take any unnecessary penalties, because when they had the power play, they hummed that puck around big time.
All right, let's go to Ron MacLean.
Bob and Harry, thanks very much. Here's Adam Foote. Adam, a great goal by Eric Lindros to spark the team, and obviously Curtis Joseph. What do you think of the first one?
Well, I think, Curtis kept us in there when they had their first power play there all over us, and that's what a good goalie does. And then it's nice to see the big guy, Eric, get a goal and get him going, and that's what this team needs.
How do you feel?
I feel great, playing with Paul Coffey gives me a lot of confidence, and he's making it easy out there for me.
Harry Pern said one of the toughest cuts he ever made in his coaching career was you were one of the last cuts, I think the under-18 national team. Do you recall that?
Yeah, it's nice to tell me that now.
Why I was bringing it up is a lot of kids, and I was one of them, got sent home last, and here you are, a Stanley Cup champion, playing in the World Cup of Hockey. Must inspire you and a lot of kids to know that a guy can go through that. What were you thinking then, and who got you going?
Well, I realized it's tough, and back then, they have so many players, so many, there's other things going on in politics and a lot of things, and they had a tough decision. And this is the real thing, though. I made it to the NHL, and playing with guys like Coffey and Gretzky, guys I admire growing up, and this, whatever happened back then doesn't matter. This is a real thing. It feels great.
This shows you make it, and congratulations. Keep her going.
Thank you.
Here's Adam Foote of Team Canada. Nobody likes to talk about cuts. Thought it was a good idea. Don Cherry will tune me in next as we continue with the World Cup of Hockey on CBC. As was suggested on the opening of the telecast, or so I hear, Eric Lindros got a hit, got to get a goal, and he'll get going, and so he did. Team Canada leads Team Sweden 1-0 after 20 minutes of
play. Now that's the way to play the game, old-time hockey. Take no prisoners. Eric gets in there, like I said, bangs, he gets a goal. That's the way he's got to play.
How about, sorry.
Now, here we go. What's this you're doing?
I got something. I just prepared. I had like a little contusion after the first game.
Contusion?
Just in case.
Get out of here.
Go ahead.
Oh, I got special things to do here now. Got a little tip to tell you about Messier coming in on the backhand. Let me explain it first. What he used to do, Messier coming in this side, Rattel used to try to hit the defenseman. Bank it in. Watch this here. Little trick for you guys here. Now watch this here. If you're coming in the left side.
Mark did a great job, I thought. No, I want to show you something in a minute. Mark did a great job on
Now watch this here, he does it. Instead of there, Rattel what he used to do, you see the defenseman there, he'd bank it in off him. A little thing for you guys. Now,
This is not a knock, but I want to mention this. How come elbow pads are so huge?
I don't know why they're so huge. They were always that size.
They were?
Yeah.
You ever get
Why
hurt?
ask
You
me
ever
that
hurt
there?
your elbow? Well, I just wonder. They're so big. They
You
feel
know what
funky.
happened? I'll tell you. You asked me at elbow pads. I used to be a fighter. And if you notice the fighters, the first thing they do, how we get into this, take off their elbow pads. Well, I used to have big arms, so I used to cut mine. We didn't have that Velcro stuff. First punch and they'd come off. But what happens is sometimes I'd fall down and I've got elbow chips right now, and I'm in a bar sometime and I'm doing, like that. All the old fighters. Don't ask me that stuff.
Well, it's a good thing.
All right.
How
now,
about the trap?
I don't call it the trap. I call it all guys back. Okay? Now watch here. We got a perfect example. Tough playing these guys. Why they should throw it in. Go ahead, Mark, run it right now. Watch them lined up right now. They come out of here. Now watch them. One guy circles in. Now look at the other guys. They're like defensemen. Coming back. Everybody's coming. You think it isn't tough? You dump it in. That's the way to do it. Now, all you people out there that think you shouldn't dump, that's perfect. That's the way to do it. All you people out there, you've got the puck. Why give it away? You've got control of the puck. Why give it away? Because that's the way to do it. Florida did it. New Jersey did it. Colorado, ask Mark Crawford. Everybody does it. The whirl and swirl is gone. You got to get in there, throw the puck in, because that's the way you win hockey games now. We've got a perfect example here how they didn't throw it in. Go ahead, Mark, we're on this one, show and tell tonight. Watch, they come out of their end here. Now watch what happens when you don't throw it in here. Nice pass, should have gone in. Watch this. Now watch it coming back. All your wingers are caught and everything, and watch what happens here. Instead of the puck being in the other team's end and you're doing something, look what happens here. Look it almost scored. I think it goes off Coffey, it comes off the back. Now think about it, folks. It would have been in the other team's end. Dump it in. Arrive in ill humor, as Fred Sherrill used to say. Tough way to play. Now we're going to show what happens when you do throw it in, the way to do it. Now your winger's got to be going 2-on-2. You don't. I mean, you don't do it that way. It's only when a guy is back you throw it in. Now watch what happens when you throw it in. Go ahead, Mark, roll this one. This is a perfect example how to do it. It's beautiful. Dump and chase. It's a tough way to play, folks. Watch. Beautiful far corner. The guy is going in. Defensemen hate that. They got to go back. Look, he doesn't even want to go in the corner. Think we almost score here. And that's the way to do it. Beautiful. Throw the puck in when there's a guy back and they're playing that stupid guy's back. I don't call it the trap.
All guys back's a good name. I don't know how you came up with it. Listen, we only got about a minute here, and rather than talk about Wayne Gretzky, we want to do this sometime about Wayne's theory that you shouldn't go to a summer hockey school, but let's talk about your buddy.
My buddy Dennis O'Brien, he was a player of mine, and God love her, Kelly O'Brien. She died last week. She was a sweet little girl when she was in Boston, and we're all going to miss her, and there was a very close family. Dennis set a record. He played for 4 teams in 1 year. And he was off 3 teams, and I said to Harry, Harry, can I have Dennis? And he says, what do you want him for? He can't make last place clubs. We're a first place club. I said, there's something about the guy I like. He's got character. So I meet him in Philly here. I meet him in the lobby, and he says, well, what's the system, Don? I says, you got the puck back of our net? He says, yeah, around the boards, and it'll be out. You never handle the puck, just Park handles the puck. And I got a funny story to tell you. This is a true story. John McCauley, God love him, a referee, one of the best referee ever in the world. He's standing at our blue line, and it was one of those deals where both teams changed, and there was nobody in our end. Dennis gets it and rings it around the glass. It almost hits John. And he goes back and he says, what are you doing, Dennis? There was nobody in our end. He says, Grapes wants it around the boards. It's around the boards. And I'll tell you, he went to the final and took a regular shift. And they're a lovely family, and we're going to miss Kelly.
Yeah, you did a great job, Boston Bruins. She had a tough time, 20 great years. And John McCauley will tell Kellyanne that story, I'm sure, as they're watching the game.
Together.
You bet. Don Cherry with his thoughts on the opening 20 minutes of play. It's Canada 1, Sweden no score. We'll continue from the Core State Center in Philadelphia, the World Cup of Hockey on CBC Sports. Tomorrow night, the United States and Russia in the other semifinal. That's because last night, the Russians exploded for 5 unanswered goals and 1 going away against Team Finland. As pretty as you'll ever see. Yashin to Kovalev as he scores the opening goal and the ultimate game winner. They had 2 in the first period. And then Andrei Kovalenko, the newest member of the Edmonton Oilers, acquired in the trade for Scott Thornton yesterday, breaks in and scores 1 of 2, 29 seconds apart. 2 in the third, 1 in the middle. Russia 5, Finland no score. Tomorrow night, Russia, the USA in Ottawa at 8 o'clock Eastern on the World Cup of Hockey on CBC Sports.
I don't think anything is ever going to capture us like Henderson's goal, although Mario came very close to that same kind of impact, and maybe hit a whole different generation. Maybe it is as important, but to a new generation of people that didn't really see the 72 goal.
Yeah, that was very exciting for all Canadians. I think I can remember back watching those games quite vividly, sitting at home with my family, just watching the games, and remembering, you know, just cheering so loudly for Canada to win. And when Mario scored that goal, it was a pretty exciting moment for us and for everybody across Canada, I'm sure.
The reason it sticks out in your mind so much, and the reason you can watch it over and over so many times, is first of all the players that were involved in the play, and the passing. It was such a tremendous play, and then the goal he scored, and how important the goal was. It's always going to be with me, and it'll always stick in my mind. And actually, it can be at times motivation for me while I'm here, because you always want to be the person that has to score an important goal and give you that exhilarating feeling.
Canadian Tire, Canada's hockey store, a proud sponsor of the World Test.
Seems every year. See this? I could have been a pro. The story's good.
This portion of the World Cup of Hockey on CBC is brought to you by Chrysler Canada. At Chrysler, we're not just building cars, we're building Canada. And by new Hostess potato chips. They're absolutely unbelievable.
Welcome back to the Core State Center. One of the stars in the first period was this fine young defenseman for Canada.
And he leveled the best hit of the night right here on Nicholas Sundstrom. A open ice, clean body check. Canada out-hit the Swedes 14-5, and Blake nailed 2.
Only one goal in the period. At 17:59, Eric Lindros, his first of the tournament. Sakic and Shanahan assisted. 1-0. Canada leads. Here's the second period. Right away, Stevens steps up over center and lifts the puck into the Swedish zone. Tommy Alberline lost it. Back to the net. It's centered. Standing in front was Nicholas Sundstrom. They did not get it out. One high shot rattles off the boards and all the way back to center ice. Now it's lifted over the glass into the crowd.
The second period has been a problem for Canada in this tournament. They've been outscored 7-3 in second periods, and they need to come up with a big one now. Glenn looks a little more relaxed than we saw him this morning or before the game. Pretty confident he was. And Kent Forsberg, who I talked to yesterday, knew this was going to be the toughest game of the tournament. He said, I know Canada hasn't played very well, but they'll be good tomorrow.
Canada 1, Sweden 0. And again, Scott Stevens lifting the puck from center ice, just rolling it in. Sakic went up after it and picked it off the boards and comes out into the slot area. Hangs onto it. Swift pass. Desjardins' shot is blocked by Salo, and he will hold it. The gathering in the goal crease area.
Joe Sakic made the nice pass to the right defenseman for Canada, who took the shot, but Shanahan and Lindros, as you can see, can't get in front of the net in time. And as a result, Tommy Salo saw the whole shot. 94 and 88 were headed there, but we're a little late getting there after a nice little bit of offensive zone puck control by Joe Sakic.
Sweden is changing. Canada remains with Sakic right there. Shanahan to his left.
I think Sather likes to have Sakic against Forsberg. Teammates in the winter, enemies in September.
Lindros, the other forward for Canada. Out of position was Lindros, so they will drop the puck again. Sundstrom for Sweden. Forsberg is on there too now, and Alfredsson. Little change in the lineup up front for Sweden. Canada wins the draw. Quick shot right off the bat. Shanahan unloading the shot quickly, and again, Salo had to be careful. He was, and he held it.
Bit of a surprise, as you mentioned earlier, Soderstrom's not the goaltender tonight, but the word is they don't like the rebounds he gives. They knew Canada would be going to the net, and Salo, twice in a row now, has not given a rebound, and there were white shirts lurking about.
Lindros is going to take this face-off. Sakic move to the right. Sundin for Sweden. 1-0 Canada. Lindros the goal in the first period. They're waved out. At least Lindros is. And they win the draw again. Long shot in, big rebound this time. Canada moving on it, another shot, and this time Tommy Salo will hold it.
Get the puck on the net, and especially when you have Shanahan and Lindros, who are almost impossible to contain when they want to go to the net. It's a huge assignment if you're a defenseman to stop Brendan Shanahan from going to the net. And you can see Lindros, he's just gambling. Somebody will be there, and again, no rebound on a bit of a difficult and awkward stop. Shanahan may well have been Canada's best forward in this tournament today.
We haven't played 1 minute yet of the second period. Face off won by Sweden. Nordstrom feeding it ahead. Sweden moving it up to center ice. Sundin took his man down. Forsberg trying to get a shot. Gets the puck again over on the boards. He's caught. Now he gets loose again. Hit the side of the net with the attempted pass. He's still on the puck. Forsberg tough to move off it, but Blake took it away from him. He got it back again. Blake hit him. And this time, Blake beats it in behind his own goal to Niedermayer. Up through center at 2-on-1 coming up. In is Messier coming in with Graves. Hit the post. Great setup, and Graves hit the post. Niedermayer's shot tipped wide by Graves, and it's up over the glass.
What a beautiful pass to make the 2-on-1 work right from in front or to the right of the Canadian net. Niedermayer on a backhand pass up the middle, and these kind of passes scare you. Nice outlet by Blake. Watch this. You got to have nerve to make that play, but the defenseman was caught. And watch Graves not get enough wood on it, and it just hits the post on a 2-on-1 rush.
Still 1-0 Canada.
Nordstrom goes down, standing in, and there's the pass, the shot, the post. It's still 1.
Coffey, long high shot on the net. Salo, the blocker save. Canada in for checking. Gretzky is back to the net, but the pass was intercepted. Rolin took it away from Gretzky. Sweden can't get it out. Shot in goes wide of the goal. And now it's cleared to the line, and Bergqvist gets it up across center. Rolling it in front. Johansson made that play. Anderson couldn't cash in. Bergqvist again with Johansson coming out front. Gets a shot, and it's booted away, but a loose puck in front of Joseph. Nobody could move on it. Donfus kicked it loose. Canada moving up. Down comes Linden. At the line is Gretzky. The pass goes over into the slot area. Coffey backs up with it. Now he shoots it in there. Salo the save. I don't think he saw it. It was right in front of him. And it's shot by Coffey down the ice. Popovich. And that's an icing call.
Again, Canada lobbing the puck at the net, hoping for a rebound, knowing they've got traffic. And again, Salo, no rebound.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Core State Center is a non-smoking.
And here's what I'm talking about right here. Tommy Salo, who the last 2 years was a critical member of the Denver and Utah Turner Cup champions in the International Hockey League. He was 11, 22, and 6 for the New York Islanders.
Canada out shooting Sweden 5-1 now as we near the 3-minute mark in this second period. Sakic's line back on again. Lindros and Shanahan on the wings. Mikael Nylander for Sweden against Sakic. Right back to the line. The shot by Stevens is blocked neatly by Salo, and he'll have to hold it with Shanahan and Lindros in close.
Well, we haven't played 3 minutes yet, and the Lindros, Shanahan, Sakic line's been out for 3 shifts. So Sather, I'm sure, has told his players, if you're going, you're playing tonight. We're not saving anybody for tomorrow.
He's always done that. The hot hand is presented, and he'll go with it. In this case, Lindros has the only goal in the game, scored in the first. Shanahan, Lindros, and Sakic win the draw again. Back to the net. Calle Johansson is bumped. Canada won't keep it in. It rolls out. Lindros didn't wait for everybody to get back out. He just shot it in. That will give Sweden a chance to line up and go on the attack. And here they come, led by the captain, Johansson, moving up. Didn't get too far in that play, and Sakic is turning back. Shanahan will come in on the left side. Shanahan gets the puck. Then lost it against Julin, and Sweden again get it up to center. Dahlin knocked it in. Stevens around the net. Got a pass away. Lindros mishandled it, trying to hit the Swedish blue line. Stevens gets it back. Desjardins up to Lindros. Again, he couldn't get the pass. Albolin for Sweden. Pass through the middle. It's Canada again right there. Stevens, though, just threw it to open ice. Canadians move up on it. Brind'Amour and Lindros. He's late getting off. Now Lindros is heading to the bench as Yzerman goes in for check. Leaving it. Brind'Amour looking for somebody open. He finds Fleury, but he circles back. Yzerman goes the other way. And Brind'Amour again. A backhander in away wide. Fleury is in there. Good pressure by Canada now. Good puck control inside the line. Fleury had to shoot it off the boards to the left of the net. And Sweden just trying to hang on, get it all the way down the ice, and this will be an icing call against Team Sweden. It is still 1-0 Canada.
Eric Lindros played in the Canada Cup before he played in the National Hockey League. And here is a shot of him in 1991. Alan Eagleson, the czar of the Canada Cup, talked the Canadian coaching staff into keeping and using Lindros. And he then ran wild physically in his first Canada Cup, 91.
Pretty well how he set himself up to get the first goal and only goal of this game. In with a hard hit. Forechecking the Swedes. Got in front of the net. Shanahan hit him with a perfect pass. That was back at 17:59 of the first. And it's still 1-0 Canada. Graves gets another gift, but put it right into the pads of Salo. Sweden move it out. Sundin, always dangerous. He has Sundstrom up there with him. Sundin tries to get to the net, and he hit the goal post. He had Joseph Beaton hit the far post. Canada move it down. Messier waits for help to move up. It's Niedermayer just onside. In back of the net, Lemieux. You will leave it there in the corner. He could play it. Matthias Nordstrom. Just barely got it by Messier. Sundin coming up on the attack again. Niedermayer sweeping it away, and Canada moving out. Messier and Graves. Messier, his pass easily intercepted at the Swedish blue line. Graves coming back to help Niedermayer. Two teams changing as Blake steps in front of his own net. A good clearing play by Canada. Up over the line, Linden gets one shot away. Comes right back to him. He's covered by Garpenlaw, and he swings back for Sweden. Garpenlaw across center, charging up over Canada's line. On with the brakes, and he fell on that play. Canadians do not clear it out. Foote had a chance. It was stopped by Rolin. And the Swedes keep it in. Now it's cleared. Over to the up there to take it, and it'll roll all the way back to Salo. Canada changing. Garpenlaw gets the pass. Moves up to the Canadian line. He's away across the line, offside if they play it. And they do. It's offside.
Well, Canada should keep pounding that Swedish defense. When you know you're going to get hit as a defenseman, most of the time when you go back to get it, you may make a play before you want to some player on the wrong team. Mats Sundin, who has been one of the offensive stars in the European pool. What a little play he makes here. Gets the puck to the inside, and then I'm sure Curtis Joseph thought he was going behind the net with it because he was away back in the net, and Sundin hit the far post. This guy can cut in off the wrong wing with the best of them.
During the 7-minute mark of the second period, Canada 1, Sweden 0. Winner of this game on to the final for the World Cup. Russia, U.S. tomorrow in Ottawa. The other finals. Canada now back in a bit of a shell, and they just shoot it out of their own zone down the ice. Obviously wanting to make changes. They're doing that now. Albaline takes off. Gets it up to center ice. Johansson dropped it back there. Quest to stop. And the Canadians just clear it out. Lindros is on the ice again with Sakic and Shanahan. That's been the big line for Canada. They move it up quickly. Lindros galloping in there. 2 Swedish players on him to make sure. He chases them, forcing Nordstrom back. Good play by Lindros. Stevens dropping it back. Cleared back over center. Sakic up on the play, and it's stuffed in by Shanahan. And that'll be a sign to make changes. 7.5 minutes gone in the second period. Still only 1 goal in the game, that by Canada's Lindros. Sweden attacking. In back of the goal. Yuling tried to get it back out. Yuling had it on his skate. And Canada sent 3 away. Down across center. Fleury coming in. Pass. No shot for Brind'Amour. He was covered. Kept in by Yzerman. The pass gets by Yzerman. Sweden back out. Now they open it up a bit. That's Yuling. Along the line. They're onside as he shoots it in. Canada moving out again. They don't get too far in that rush out. Nylander chasing it. Stopped by Niedermeyer. Sweden on it again. Dahlen passes one in front. Good chance on that play, but the shot by Sundin was wide. Fleury had to get it out. Canada, obviously, want to make the quick changes again. Fleury has left. The 9-minute mark, second period. Canada on the move. Lemieux, he's been quiet lately. His shot, blocked, got the rebound off the defenseman Rolin. He and Messier, Graves and Messier all tangled up. Couldn't get a stick on it. Cleared back out, down the ice. Sweden shooting it in. Anderson with Sundin behind the goal. Falls on the check. Sundin trying to get up. Chasing the puck. They scramble for it. It comes out. And Joseph stopped one. Then another. Sundstrom another chance. Joseph is a solid goaltender in there for Canada. In this must-win game tonight. We're not halfway through the second period yet, and Joseph has had 17 shots in this game.
Well, he makes 2 or 3 stops here, and the puck sat in the feet of all kinds of players in front of the net, and Joseph doesn't know where it is. It was under Paul Coffey, and you can see it sitting there. Nobody knows where it is but Joseph, and he covers it up.
Alfredsson is chasing the puck, and he leaves it in the corner for Garpenlaw. He's pushed around a little bit by Linden. Sweden is coming on right here at this juncture of the second period. They're on the puck, and circling the net was Forsberg, and a penalty is being called against Canada. This coming while Sweden is coming on and attacking a little more.
Definitely their forechecking has been up this period. They're behind a goal. I think they were quite content to sit on and be a safe game when they were tied. And whenever you have the opposition controlling the puck in the offensive zone for any length of time, quite often a penalty occurs as the defensive zone coverage panics a little bit, and 37 in white, Desjardins right here tackles the Swedish player trying to go to the net. They call it holding, and remember how dynamite the Swedish power play was in the first period. They had 8 shots and 5 scoring opportunities on it.
And Joseph was sensational. Undoubtedly, he's going to be tested again with Canada leading 1-0. 9:39 gone in the second period. Power play, Sweden. Canada winning the draw. Rob Blake trying to clear it. Does get it out and down the ice. Sweden picking it up. And lining up. Forsberg upended in the center ice area. Fired in back to the goal. Alfredsson going after it. It's centered back to the line. Shot stopped by Joseph. Sundin testing him that time. Set up. Alfredsson again looking back to Sundin. He'll go the other way into Sundstrom. Sundstrom has Forsberg on the other side. Forsberg is coming out with it. Sundstrom in the corner just ahead of him. He threw it up the net. And Joseph very quickly was over in front of Sundin. Blake trying to get a stick on it. He doesn't. Forsberg again setting it up. It's tipped away, and Yzerman is going to get there first. Yzerman decides to skate with it. A good move as he got up there against Forsberg, and then he knocked Forsberg down. He was slow to get up, but he remains on. Sweden attacking. Garpenlov shoots it in with 45 seconds left in the penalty. With Desjardins of Team Canada, the puck comes out again. Sweden, only their second power play of the game. And trailing Canada 1-0. Fired out of the zone by Trevor Linden. 20 seconds left in the penalty to Desjardins. Calle Johansson around the net, sending it out swiftly to center ice. It's played back in over the line to Dahlin. Dahlin stopped by Coffey. Coffey comes back, takes a whack at it. Lindros is there. Strong arms to puck up on the boards, but it's kept in at the line. Garpenlov set up. Right in front, Joseph! And another great save by Curtis Joseph. Holding the fort for Canada is Joseph now. Canada leading 1-0. And they killed off the penalty.
116 points for Peter Forsberg last year. He's a marked man here tonight. And you can see as Yzerman dumps the puck in, Yzerman gives him a shot in the stomach, and down goes Forsberg, but not for long.
Face off to the left of Joseph. 22 shots in the hockey game by Sweden, and 12 of them came in a power play. Joseph has been great. Niedermeyer scooping it out to center. Shanahan open on the wing, dropped it back neatly. Sackey can't get the shot through. Sweden turning back. 3 of them. Johansson comes up over the line, dropped it back. Bergqvist shot, and that's wide of the goal. Jonas Bergqvist going in for checking, and Shanahan steals it with Sackey. By Sackey, dumping it inside. Swedish line. Niedermeyer back to pass ahead for Shanahan. He couldn't knock it down. High one. Sundstrom moving up, didn't get too far. Shanahan again. He saw Lindros catching up. Lindros coming in. Shot low one. Stopped by Salo. And he hangs on to it with Lindros not getting everything he wanted on that shot.
I don't know whether he wanted to shoot it. That was kind of a second decision there, but he didn't get much wood on it. The greatest flyer ever, Bobby Clarke, sitting with his coach Terry Murray, enjoying this game. Training camps open tomorrow or Monday among NHL teams. And Barry Smith won't be at Detroit's camp on time, as he's the assistant coach for Detroit in the winter and the assistant coach in this tournament for Sweden, and has been a very influential guy in Sweden's success so far in the tournament.
7:26 left in the period. Stevens will get an another shot. That one was deflected in front by Graves, and he came close. Graves again leaving it at the line. Another screen shot, this time off the net. Nobody could get a stick near it. Canada attacking to keep it in. It's centered in front again at Desjardins, and he mishandled it in front of the net as he came in quickly from the line. Sweden the other way. Sundstrom shot. Joseph saw Sundstrom come in off the wing, and he somehow knew Sundin was going to give it to him. Al Moline couldn't stop the puck at the line, and Gretzky couldn't knock down the lead pass. So it's icing called against Canada.
Well, George Kingston is at this game. He was could be coach of the tournament. He took an underdog German team to make the playoffs in the European pool, and they came up with a gallant but unsuccessful effort against Canada. But George, I'm sure, is proud of his team, and I'm sure his team is proud of him.
Forsberg will take the draw for Sweden and win it. Canada covering in front of Joseph though this time, and Gretzky trying to roll it in for Dom Fuss, who's on the move. Did not get all of it. Linden forechecking. Sweden get the puck out, but there was Gretzky waiting for it, and he sends it in deep again. 6:30 left in the period. In period 2 in Philadelphia at the Coors State Center. Canada and Sweden. The right to go on to the World Cup final. Canada leads 1-0.
Canada playing much more confidently defensively in this game. The defense has been allowed to stand up. They've caused some offsides. They've broken up a lot of rushes by Sweden, and they can't do that if the forwards, at least one of them, aren't coming back to make sure they're not outnumbered. And we didn't see that as often as we would like to have early in the tournament. But Brent Sather has said all along, despite the criticism of his team, that he thinks the team's coming together. And there, Neil Smith, Pat Quinn, up there viewing. Andy Murray, the assistant coach. All of them in on the selection of not only who made the team, but who plays the games.
Niedermayer takes the puck around the net and starts back out for Canada. Up to Brind'Amour. Dolan covered. Brind'Amour waiting for that pass. Canada stealing. That's Yzerman dropped it back, and it's cleared back in front a little bit too far for Brind'Amour. He tried a centering pass. Fleury was covered, and Blake drives another one in deep. Yzerman, side of the net. Brind'Amour is flat before he could get a shot, and then Fleury fell. Out for Yulin. Down the left wing. Bring it in. Nylander. Stick work, trying to get through the crowd. Here comes Niedermayer. One man back. Can he beat him? He's got him. Scores! Beautiful goal by Scott Niedermayer. 2-0 Canada. Was that a beauty or what?
Does that remind you of the goal he scored for New Jersey in the finals against Detroit? A very fast skating defenseman coming in on Lindstrom. He goes to the outside. Lindstrom can't turn outside, turns inside. And whenever you see a defenseman do that, you know he knows he's beaten. And at the last second, Niedermayer with one hand puts it by Tommy Salo. What a goal by Scott Niedermayer.
Unassisted. Time 14 minutes and 38 seconds. Scott Niedermayer scores for Team Canada unassisted at 14:38.
100 feet or more on the rush by Niedermayer. And a great move, beating the defenseman, fooling Tommy Salo, and Canada leads 2-0. Unassisted goal by Niedermayer, his first in the World Cup. 14:38 the time of that score. Popovich turns behind his own goal for Sweden. 5 minutes remaining in the second period. Karpelov has to turn back with it. Now he comes out. Alfredsson just threw it from his own side of center. Lindros is back to pick it up, though. No icing. He was back in a hurry. Whipped the high one on the glass. Sakic is there. Lindros trying to bang it out of the zone. It's booted away to center. Lindros pushed off the puck. Canada move it up, though. And Shanahan made the move at the line, and they go offside.
Closed captioning of tonight's game is provided by 120 locally owned Apple Auto Glass dealers.
Martin Brodeur saying, I remember the goal you scored in Game 2 of the 1995 Stanley Cup playoffs against Detroit. A graceful, speedy skater, and he turns Mr. Coffey inside out before he scores there, and he roared around Lindstrom before he scored here.
To make it 2-0 Canada with 4:20 left in the second period. Joseph has been great for Team Canada in goal. He was out to stop that one. Canada clearing it. Sweden led by Sundin. He's had a pair of good scoring chances, one of them on the post. Stayed out. Joseph covers on Sundin this time as the shot came whistling through by Mikael Anderson.
Make sure you stop by the program.
Canadian Tire has great...
Well, Matt Sundin, the first European ever to be taken first overall, but let's have another look at the graceful, the speedy Scott Niedermayer turning a one-on-one rush as Lindstrom turns to the inside because he's dead on the outside, and Tommy Salo on his knees too early and can't make the save.
Again, Sweden, every man up for the face-off to the left of Joseph. Under 4 minutes to play in the second period. Niedermayer on the ice again. And he waits. Giving it to Linden. Racing away with it. Linden failed to get the return pass. Sweden turns. Yulin brings it in. Gets his shot high. Over the right shoulder. Over the net. Jump back out across the line to center ice. Yulin beams it back. Pass goes in ahead. Donlan put on the brakes. In front and Joseph down. Cutting off the angle on Yulin again. As he was heading for the net, and Gretzky up near center just missed the long pass, and once again it's an icing call against Canada.
Well, Wayne Gretzky, who's had 3,000 breakaways in his career, I think. I don't know how he gets them. He's the most dangerous player that's ever played the game, perhaps. And almost he had another one here. Curtis Joseph makes a big stop on Yulin right here. And Gretzky takes off. And you can see right here, Vince Domfus with a 92-foot pass that just missed the stick of Wayne Gretzky.
3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the period.
Philadelphia Yulin has been a strong performer for Sweden tonight.
Desjardins and Lindros. Watching Lindros very closely now. But he got a stick loose to get it as far as the line, but not out. Second chance at it for Lindros, and he dumps it high this time. Out of the zone. Sweden back under 3 minutes to play in the period. That's Alfredsson turning with it. His pass to Shanahan. Desjardins will pick it up. Then he lost it. Lindros covered for him though, and Lindros got it ahead. Shanahan moving up there. Coming in with Sakic. That's broken up. That's Sweden's blue line. Stevens dumping one in deep. Lindros comes in hitting again. Nailing Nordstrom again. He centered it. Sakic, a chance to move it up. Into the corner it goes to Shanahan to Sakic. Sakic got it back to the line. Desjardins shot. Lindros is in there. The pass through the crease. Stevens up. His shot missing the net by 3 feet. Lindros turns near the line. Puts it back. And it goes into Sakic. He tried to tip it out front where Yzerman was waiting. Flurry and heading. Yzerman shooting. Deflected on a stick in front. And into the crowd behind to Tommy Salo.
Well, a rare but dangerous pass across the middle of their own end of the rink. nearly cost Sweden with 1 minute and 57 seconds to go as Steve Yzerman pounced on it, but his shot was deflected over the glass, and Sweden gets away with one. And I'm sure Kent Forsberg is saying, don't throw it up the middle. Theron Fleury hurries the passer, and Yzerman's shot is deflected over Salo. There's the bad pass, and if the puck hadn't been bouncing, Yzerman would have got it away a little quicker, and perhaps it wouldn't have been deflected.
Coffey comes in with it, gets it back where Yzerman is waiting near the line. He goes in deep. Brind'Amour back to the net. Brind'Amour and Yzerman. Fleury, the other forward for Canada. They're working hard in there against Popovich now. Rolene misses it. Brind'Amour tried to feed it in front where Yzerman was left uncovered. Fleury went in and nailed his man and knocked him flying. Sundin, look out! Shot misses the net. Adam Foote and Sundin collide. And Rolene stops it in the center ice zone. Sundstrom and Sundin get together. Sundin bringing the puck in. But Foote this time watching him. Anderson goes around the net. And they cover it up on the boards with 1:04 left. In this, the second period, Canada leads 2-0.
Matt Sundin has been the most dangerous by far Swedish player. He looks bigger and stronger to me than he did with the Leafs last year. He's put some weight on, he was telling me. He hasn't lost a stride in his great speed. And he has, in my opinion, Bob, the best backhand in the National League since Dave Keon played.
There aren't many things he cannot do breaking in on the net. He come in off both wings, as you pointed out so many times. Had a goal post in this game and another dangerous rush on that last shift. But Sweden unable to score so far in the game, and a minute left in the period. Shot in by Messier. There's Lemieux on it, centered it blindly though, and nobody was open. And the puck gets all the way back to center. Dumped in again by Canada. Dahlin deep in his own zone. Calle Johansson waited too long against Lemieux to move it. Nearly coughed it up. Sweden will bring it out with 30 seconds left in the period. And it is fed in by Nylander. Canada back. Chopped out of the zone by Graves. Down the ice. 18 seconds left in the period. Albaline just deflected the puck from center. In deep. Blake went back, missed his man. Dahlin with a chance here. From the line, the shot picked up by Joseph. He looked great stuffing that one. Nylander circles. Shot on the horn. Once again, Curtis Joseph with a big save, keeping Sweden off the board. Canada got the only goal in the period. Niedermayer got it unassisted. 2-0 Canada.
Canada to a 2-0 lead against Team Canada. Fresh from his interview in Sweden, here's Barry Smith. Now, all of Canada wants to know how this treason came about, Barry. Tell us how you got on the bench for Team Sweden.
I had a chance to work with Kent Forsberg the last 2 summers a little bit, so we became friends, and he came over to watch the NHL, of course, making sure what players are going to come to this team, and we're getting ready to play in the playoffs, so I had a chance to talk to him then, and he asked me if I'd like to do it, and I thought it'd be a great experience for me to come over there and learn the European game again and have a chance to work with their players, so it's been fantastic.
I say it kiddingly, of course. George Kingston, Dave King, Wayne Fleming, on and on. There's been a great exchange between Europe and Canada recently. How about Kent Forsberg as a head coach? We know about his son and what a star he's been in the league. What's he like as a coach?
Well, it's been a great working agreement with Kent Forsberg and Tommy Tump. We have 3 of us who are working. Kent's very laid back. He has a chance to let everybody have their ideas. He knows the players. He's very quiet, but he knows what kind of hockey he wants to play. And we sort of see eye to eye about systems and who we want to have the ice. So for me and him, it's been very good to work together because I say something's already there. He says something and I'm already there, about the same page. So it's been easy. The transition with the players has been easy. So it hasn't been a difficult situation at all.
I should ask you about the game. Your thoughts on being down 2 after 2?
I really liked our first period. I thought we had some good chances, controlled the game as we wanted to. We were down 1-0, which isn't that difficult. This period, I thought we started out poorly run. I thought the first 5 minutes we were in our own zone, face-offs all the time, losing them, and we came out, we still can't score on Joseph, so we got to do something this third period.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
There's Barry Smith coaching the Swedes here, and as mentioned, a great relationship with Kent and Peter Forsberg, whom we feature, the father and son tandem from Sweden.
Peter Forsberg is Swedish hockey's child prodigy, its brightest offspring, who at the '94 Olympic Games in Norway delivered the championship to his country at last.
And the Calder Trophy goes to
Peter Forsberg.
As an NHL newborn, he showed unlimited promise.
That was a proof that I could make it over here, and I mean, when I came over, I didn't have that high expectation. I was just, you know, to make the team in the beginning in the first year, and I guess that was a proof that I did that, though.
Added Stanley's silver to Olympic gold. Few have his treasure.
Not favorites in either one of them, and you know, it's great to just win one thing, and I don't really want to compare them, though.
Philadelphia knows all about Peter Forsberg. He could have been great here. The Flyers originally drafted him, but ended up trading his rights away to Quebec along with a group of other players in order to get Eric Lindros. He could have been this town's favorite hockey son. Instead, Peter Forsberg has won Rookie of the Year, been a Stanley Cup champion with the Colorado Avalanche, and says he owes it all to his dad.
Every practice I went down to, he was, you know, he gave me a ride, and it was always fun to go there and have him as a coach. I guess that was, if you don't, you know, if he hasn't been giving me the rides to the rink, I probably would not been playing hockey.
The son is not often emotional, a mirror of the father. Kent Forsberg rarely shows happiness or anger. He's amazed by reports which accuse him of saying Canada's victory over Russia was a result of poor officiating.
The only thing I say, there was three important things in the game. There was the goal and the slash against Semak. And the decision was against the Russian. I didn't say anymore. But I know that's written lots of it over here, but it's not true. I haven't talked but one word about the Canadian team or something like that.
Wary of revealing too much about a very personal approach to the game, it's how this father and son are related.
He doesn't say anything to me on the bench, so it's a real calm out there. But you know, it's I think it's bigger. You make it bigger than it really is, I guess.
The brilliant son, worthy of a parent's overwhelming praise. It seems so obvious.
I don't think he's a great player yet, but he can be it. You have so many great players over here, Gretzky, Lemieux, and Sakic. So, but he has a chance to be one of them if he tried hard and practiced hard.
Grudging approval from a stern coach. For now, Peter Forsberg is just another player. His father wouldn't have it any other way.
Back in Philadelphia, where the hero of each and every day is Eric Lindros. Here's the big hit on Nordstrom that starts the goal for Lindros in the first period. It'll eventually be a setup, and a pretty one at that, by Brendan Shanahan as Lindros goes to the net and takes the cross crease feed and puts it home. 1-0 there. Niedermeyer adds another. It's 2-0 at the end of 2 periods of play, and Curtis Joseph's been absolutely brilliant. Great save on the deflection by Dahlin. 26 saves so far for Curtis Joseph in the Team Canada net. That's a 26 you'd want a bottle. We'll continue our coverage from the Core State Center in a moment.
Vraiment contrôler cette situation-là, c'est très important de gagner mise au jeu, surtout sur les jeux de puissance, parce que c'est là que la possession est médiocre quand tu gagnes la mise au jeu.
Le trio de Sakic, Lindros, Shanahan. Un nouveau trio ce soir, ils ont eu beaucoup de succès.
Bien, une des raisons, c'est parce que le style de jeu qu'il faut qu'ils emploient. C'est une des raisons pour laquelle on les voit souvent, puis on ne voit pas les deux autres, le trio Agretzky et trio Yzerman. Une des raisons, parce qu'on veut que Marc Messier surveille Sundin, puis on veut qu'il surveille Forsberg.
Forsberg, il faudrait qu'il commence là, à jouer un peu plus. Là.
Bon, je pense que son père va peut-être y parler.
Il pourrait jouer sur deux lignes, hein, jouer beaucoup plus. Il n'y a plus le choix. Là. Il reste 20 minutes.
Il reste 20 minutes et je pense qu'on va le voir plus souvent.
Primo, tu le prendrais dans ton club?
Oui, sûrement. Joueur d'impact. Il ne faut pas que tu regardes ses stats, mais c'est un gars qui pourra sûrement aider.
Merci, Pat. On se retrouve à la fin du match qui vous parvient en direct de Montréal et du tout nouveau Core State Center à Philadelphie.
This portion of the World Cup of Hockey on CBC is brought to you by Ruffles Potato Chips. Now Ruffles Sour Cream and Onion flavor is back.
Great goaltending abounds at the World Cup of Hockey. Curtis Joseph here, Andrei Trefilov last night, and for Team USA thus far it's been Mike Richter in goal. Just before their team meeting tonight at 7 o'clock, I had a chance to speak with Mike. Mike, congratulations on your wonderful play. John Davidson said you did a lot of work to rehabilitate the groin you hurt in Edmonton last year. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that actually started the day we came home from our Western swing. We played in Calgary, where I got some x-rays and went home for an MRI and was able to get into the compression chamber that we have in New York at our Rye facility. And there's a lot of question on how much that's going to help someone who has an injury, but there really wasn't much I could do other than be passive for about 2 weeks there. So I took advantage of that machine, and it seemed to keep the swelling down a little bit, which helped my rehab a lot. And the trainer there, Jim Ramsey in New York, was just unbelievable. We have great doctors, and they were able to say they didn't need an operation, which was key. And after that, it's just how hard you can work and how much you can put into it and have the groin respond. So I was very, very happy with how it responded. It took a long time, but we did it the right way.
That's super. Neil Smith's going to give you a raise, I'm sure, because he says you got the glint in the eye you had at the All-Star game and during the Stanley Cup. But do you feel that way about your play?
Yeah, I mean, it really makes you appreciate how much, how short the game can be in terms of your career. Yeah, everything was going along really well this year for New York and me personally. And when that happened, suddenly you're threatened with what could be a career-ending injury. You weren't sure, and it makes you think. I was out 8 weeks, and then I re-injured it and was back maybe 2 weeks after that, I think. But it just seemed like forever coming back, and it makes you appreciate every practice, every game. So I was really anxious to return. Patience is not something that I have a lot of when you're out. No athlete really does, and I was able to learn that a little bit in this time. And it was a lot better. If someone had told me I'd have to take 2 months off during the middle of the season when things are going well, it would have been almost impossible for me to comprehend doing that. But it worked out really well. For people really patient with me, and maybe that was the key. It was able to enable me to come back and work hard in the proper way, not push it too much.
That's a good message for all kids who are dealing with injuries. Listen, John Garrett, John Davidson, I'm sure all want to know, when you're playing the Russians, spinning on all cylinders, can you still come out and challenge? It looks as if you are still going after the shooters as much as you ever did.
Yeah, and I think there's a point. I'm a pretty good skater, so I've come out of the net a lot, but it's dangerous, and that's where I can get burned in my particular style, is being too aggressive. You have to, because a guy like, say, Fedorov, for example, has such a good shot and is so good at picking the corners. You want to challenge him. You don't want to give him much net to shoot out on a 2-on-1, for instance, but he's such a good playmaker and sees the ice so well that he can pass around you in a hurry. So, yeah, you're exactly right. You have to play that kind of happy medium of not giving that shooter too much. Make him have a decision to make when he comes down on a 2-on-1, not just say, I'm going to charge out of you, you have no chance for a shot, and have him give it to Kovalev or something for a back door. So, you know, they're just an incredibly talented team, and that's exactly what you want to play as a goaltender. You feel pretty good when you beat them.
One thing certain with that defense, you stopped the first one. There's a good chance it's out of there. Well, good luck, Mike, tomorrow night.
Thank you very much, Ron.
There's Mike Richter of Team USA. They'll, of course, face the Russians in the other semifinal match, and you'll see that nationwide here on the World Cup of Hockey on CBC tomorrow night from Ottawa at 8:18.
All right, and here's the third period at the Core State Center in Philadelphia. Canada 2, Sweden, no score. Sweden Won't wait too long. They'll have to pull out a stop or two to get back into this one. A goal would do it. So Canada must be careful. Well, they're away to center on this rush. But Sakic overskates the puck. And Sundin comes in with a shot on the short side, and Joseph stopped that again. Shanahan lifted one up to the line. Kelly Johansson stopped it. Lindros went in. That's called on the offside at Sweden's blue line.
Well, Eric Lindros has played his best game of this tournament. He's had 13 shifts, 5 big hits. He's had 2 scoring chances. He's created 2. He's scored once. And he's been a force on a Canadian team that hasn't had much going in the way of offense. 7 of their forwards have not had a shot on goal, and Eric is the only one that's had more than one.
Messier wins the draw, and Niedermayer, who gave Canada the 2-0 lead with his super goal in the second period, shot it in. Alfredsson swinging back out for Sweden. Stopped by Lemieux. He then bodied the Swedish winger. Puck loose in the center ice area. Niedermayer poked it in over the line. Lemieux stopped it there. Lemieux tried to make a big move, takes the puck away, goes back to the net, leaves it there. Canada pressing now. A long pass to the line. Niedermayer had to go down and stop it with his glove. Lemieux shot it on the boards. Graves and Messier. Out in front of Graves. Lifted one wide on the backhand. Graves again. Blake at the line. Takes the shot. It's deflected and wide of the goal. Forsberg will take his time in his own zone. Canada changing as Forsberg comes out. Stick handles his way to center. Gretzky missed a chance to move in on Anderson. Wade poke it down the ice. Back out to center. Gretzky flipped it up over the line. And it's shot back to center. Poppy whipped it in again. Popovich around the net. Leading the attack for Sweden. Finds a little bit of room to come in. Dropping it back. And the shot by Sundin stopped again by Curtis Joseph. Near center. Gretzky lost control of it. Canada keep going though. Shot in wide of the net by Linden. And Sweden back out. Sundstrom. Over for Anderson to Sundin. Up there alone. Sundin trying to come in off the wing. Adam Foote took it away from him. And Canada do not get it out. Albeline shot it in front of the net. Sundstrom came close. A little bit off balance and couldn't get a shot. Canada trying to make changes. Quick changes now by Team Canada. Johansson has hit at center ice by Fleury. Desjardins will lead the attack this time. To center. Dumping it in. Brind'Amour on the left side. Here comes Fleury. Hit his man. Puck goes back to Desjardins. Salo the save on that high shot from the defenseman Desjardins. He holds it.
Well, Canada can certainly expect Sweden defensemen to pinch and try and join the rush a little more often than they have in the first 2 periods. Canada has to keep trying to forecheck and stay out of the penalty box and make sure that they never have the third forward trapped to give Sweden any kind of an odd man rush through the neutral zone. Mark Messier playing injured, playing well.
Face off to the left and Tommy Salo. 2-0 Canada, 3 minutes gone in the third period. Loser of the game is out. Winner onto the final. Desjardins shot. Hit a leg in front, it bounced wide of the net. Tommy Albeline starting to play out for Sweden. As far as center, where Stevens was waiting for it. Brind'Amour forechecking swiftly. But Sweden will get it out. 3 of them up to center. Nylander moving over the line. Gets the pass in there. Covering on the short side. Joseph centered again. Joseph knocked it away. And it's cleared back down the ice. Curtis Joseph is having a great game for Canada. Nylander lifting one back to left. It'll be cleared by Stevens. And it went over the boards at Team Canada's bench. And the play is called again. Joseph is great again. It's still 2-0 Canada.
Of the World Cup of Hockey on CBC is brought to you by Chevrolet. Tried, tested, and true. You're watching the World Cup of Hockey on CBC from Philadelphia.
And I'm Bob Cole with Harry Neal in the booth, Ron McLean and Don Cherry along. And happy to have you with us for this game, Canada and Sweden. A win for Canada. They'll meet either the United States or Russia in the best 2 and 3 in the final for the World Cup. They go tomorrow in Ottawa. Nylander at center ice with Yulin. There goes Nylander to pick it up and shoot it back to the net. Canada have to move in a hurry in their own zone. Blake does that, and they get it out. Lindros took a hit at center. He and Nordstrom have been belting each other all night. Lindros getting the better of that, I have to add. Sakic. Foul, Lindros! Short side, he's back of the net and was upended. And Nordstrom is right there on top of him. Sweden will move the puck up in a hurry. Lindstrom got to center. In a little bit too far for Nylander. And Rob Blake back of his own net. The clearing pass gets up to center ice. Sweden was changing. And in they come. Popovich fired one in front of the net, hoping Alfredson could get there. He could not. And Canada will get it out down the ice. Race for it. Messier has it. Waiting for help. Finds it in front. But Salo keeps diving out as Graves was covered and had his stick lifted by Leif Rolin.
A nice play by Leif Rolin. Lindros, as we know, got hit in the thumb by Larionov in the game in Vancouver, and it looks like he's been hit again. And he's in a fair amount of pain on the bench. He had a great opportunity to make it 3-0 right here as he picks up a loose puck from under the feet of Joe Sakic. And does he fall on his thumb when he goes to the ice? Hard to say, but he's looking for help on the bench.
There he is with therapist Ken Lowe, so he's in good hands. Ken Lowe, one of the best in the business. Trying to get a report on Lindros for you, hoping that he, of course, is not seriously injured. This is his first goal in this game. And here's Adam Foote looking for one. Drilled a hard one high. Salo the save, big rebound to Graves, and Messier is open. Messier can't handle it though. And Sweden will bring it out in a hurry. Sundstrom gets to center. Here's Sundin again, trying to break in. And he was stopped by Adam Foote, who is solid back there for Canada. Lemieux up to center and over the line, dropping it neatly. Lemieux takes the return pass and to hook it up on the boards and then lost it. Calle Johansson got it ahead. Albolin, the other defenseman, up with a shot, scores! Albolin took the shot just crossing the line. And Joseph, I don't think was ready for it. Got a piece of it, and obviously not enough of it. And Sweden has cut the lead to 2-1.
Well, that was from 50 feet or so out, and Joseph got some of it, but it rolled through, and Tommy Albolin, who I think was just playing it safe by shooting. It was a solo rush. There was nobody else involved, and the shot came right from the blue line. It may have hit the defenseman's stick, but Joseph saw it all the way, and somehow it got through. It certainly did not change direction very much until it hit Joseph. Canada has their hands full now.
Oh, yes.
This is number 6, Calle Johansson, along with number 24, Nicholas Sundstrom. Time 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
5:47. Sweden on the board. Gretzky centers one. And Sweden with a life now. Coming to center, they give it away in the center ice area. Albolin's first goal of the series. Calle Johansson and Sundstrom at 5:47. Sweden attacking. Forsberg dangerous. Coming along the boards, and Desjardins will stay with him. Stevens giving it away in his own zone. Forsberg got it back, but Gretzky comes back to help out. And he gets the puck out and down the ice. Canada trying to make changes again. Sweden all afire now with that goal scored by Albeline. Canada can't attack. Brind'Amour couldn't reach it. Stevens slams it in from center ice. He is heading off. Calle Johansson starting the Swedes back. Brind'Amour stopped the first pass. And Johansson has to drop back. Up by Nylander. Nylander goes on the move, looking for it. He'll get in there first. Joseph knew that, so he got onto the net. Just missed. Julien clearing it. Up the center. Brind'Amour into Yzerman. Yzerman right in. And stopped by Salo. On the backhand, Yzerman couldn't score. Rob Blake tossing one in. Fleury and Brind'Amour heading off to the bench. So's Yzerman. Sweden moving it out. Julien bringing it up again for Sweden, and he shoots it in, and there's Joseph to stop it behind the net. Right in front of the goal, Niedermayer. Crowd buzzing on that one. Blake jumps into the rush and backhands it in over the line, and he is going off. Canada in a game now. Sweden coming on here in the third period. They have a goal. It's a 2-1 hockey game. Canada leading. Forget Sweden trailing Finland in the European pool. We're down 2-0 and came back to win it. So a strong third period team. Poking at it at center was Mikael Andersson. Shot it in. They pour in after it. That is big Matt Sundin. Lost his stick. Had his man tied up. And a foot moved it in a hurry, but Sweden on it. Popovich, the shot deflected wide. And Joseph out to cradle it. He'll hold on to it. 8:27 gone in the third.
Still has that ice bag on his thumb every time he goes to the bench. Looks like he's going to be able to play, but is he 100%? And here's the goal that gives Sweden a real lift. A very rush that's not at all dangerous, and Curtis Joseph just missed it.
Faceoff will come deep in the Canadian zone to the right of Joseph. Sweden winning the draw. Forsberg around the net. Forsberg trying to beat Desjardins. He does not do it. Garpenlov comes in to help, and he gets it back for his shot. Joseph got that one, knifed it away with his glove hand. Messier can't get it out. Graves does. Lemieux is racing up there after it. It gets it over the line. No icing. That's been waved off. Lemieux touched it. Messier dumping it in. Salo out of the net. Garpenlov swinging to the right. The puck coming the other way first. And now up to Calle Johansson. The defense to the center. Pounds it in off the boards. Swedes are in there first. Beating Canada to the puck down. As we come up to the halfway mark of the third period, we are in a one-goal game. Canada leads 2-1. The winner to move on for the final for the World Cup. Loser, of course, eliminated, and here comes Bergqvist. Got it back. It is center. Gretzky didn't get all of it. To move it outside the line. Sundin back of the goal. Trying to center. It'll be Damphus giving it to Gretzky. He's out across the line at center into Damphus. A dandy pass. Back in front. Gretzky can't reach it. He's knocked down trying to get in front close to the net. And the play is stopped with the puck going over the glass.
Well, I mentioned earlier that Lindros got hit by Larionov in Vancouver right near the end of the game on the same hand that he's been favoring tonight. And here it is. This is game one of the round robin. Lindros is in a fair amount of pain there, and he got hit again, but he's played two shifts. He puts the ice on when he comes to the bench, puts his glove back on, and here he is, the third shift after he's taken a bit of a rest. Pretty tough to knock this train off the tracks.
And he's out there to take this face-off for Canada against Mikael Nylander. Sweden nearing the halfway mark of the period. Canada 2, Sweden 1. Russia and the U.S. tomorrow in Ottawa. Coffee. No way to shoot it at the net with a big crowd in front of the goal, so he went to the corner. Lindros takes his time, wheels back the other way, gets it back to the net, strong arms his man, comes out trying to jam it in on the wraparound. Shanahan left it off the boards. Sakic forced to go back. Shanahan's high shot into the crowd up behind Tommy Salo.
Some good offensive zone puck control, or cycling as it's now called by this threesome of Lindros, Shanahan, and Sakic. And they seem to be very careful on making wise decisions not to just blindly center the puck and hope they have a teammate in front, because it could result in a 3 or a 4-on-2. And if you try and take Lindros and Shanahan out in the one-on-one defensive zone coverage, you better be pretty good, because these guys are big. They get that little leverage on you, and it's like trying to knock a telephone booth over.
Face off inside, Team Sweden line, foot shot, missed the net by a couple of feet, kept in by Canada. High puck, nobody made contact, couple of swings at it, and they get it out. Alfredsson comes up, leaves it for Johansson, the defenseman dropped it back. Alfredsson shot, the net is knocked off the moorings in behind. Curtis Joseph would stop the shot anyway.
Well, Garpenloff evidently pushed Brindamore into the net, so the face-off is going to come outside as the net was dislodged. Johan Garpenloff, career-high 23 goals for Florida last season, and here's the play. Over in the right side, you're going to see it in a second. Brindamore back-checking, and there it is right there as Garpenloff flings him into the net, and it'll cost him 60 feet. And possibly puck possession in the offensive zone. 9:31 to go, 2-1 Canada.
Face off outside. Team Canada blue line. Nicholas Sundstrom. Sundin is on the ice again with Dale Anderson. That's the line for Sweden. And it's been a dangerous looking line. Sundin having 2 or 3 pretty good scoring chances. They managed to stop him. And that's something because he has been hot in this tournament coming into this game. 2-1, Canada leading.
We want action. Guaranteed.
Swedish players up for this one now. Al Bolin getting a goal here at 5:47. This third period from the captain, Calle Johansson, and Sundstrom.
Well, Kent Forsberg is going right to 2 lines now by the look of it. Forsberg's line once and right back with Sundin.
Long shot by Desjardins, rattled off the boards to the right of Tommy Salo. Sweden 3 players back to start the clearing play. And they do get it out over the line, but here's Lindros coming back in again. And he's spun around trying to chase the puck. Canada on it. Centering pass is intercepted. And Desjardins has to wait till everybody clears the zone. Then he gave it to Forsberg. He's up along the boards on the right. Forsberg kicked it into the corner. Sakic takes his man in on the boards, but Forsberg again got it back. Al Bolin shot it in around the net. Here comes Calle Johansson. Sharp angle, so no shot at the goal. Back of the goal. Alfredsson coming back out with it. Threw it into Forsberg. Sakic is on him. And he knows his style. Stays right with him. And they get a face-off. Team Canada territory to the left of Curtis Joseph. 8 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the third period. 2-1 Canada. Tomorrow, Burrell Center in Ottawa. The scene for Russia and Team USA. And the fight to go on to the World Cup final. That's at 8 o'clock Eastern on the CBC network.
It'll be a beauty, won't it?
Yes. Russia coming alive. The crowd getting behind Canada here in Philadelphia, where it's 2-1. Team Canada coming up to the 12-minute mark in the third period. But Sweden showing signs of coming on here in the third. They have the only goal so far in this period. Al Bolin got it. Back to 5:47. Anderson comes back in his own zone deep.
We will match it. Guaranteed.
Swedish players up for this one now. Al Bolin getting a goal here at 5:47. This third period from the captain, Kalle Johansson and Sundstrom.
Kent Forsberg is going right to two lines now by the look of it. Forsberg's line once and right back with Sundin.
Long shot by Desjardins, rattled off the boards to the right of Tommy Salo. Sweden, three players back to start the clearing play. And they do get it out over the line, but here's Lindros coming back in again. And he's spun around trying to chase the puck. Canada on it. Centering pass is intercepted. And Desjardins has to wait till everybody clears the zone. Then he gave it to Forsberg. He's up along the boards on the right. Forsberg kicked it into the corner. Sakic takes his man in on the boards, but Forsberg again got it back. Al Bolin shot it in around the net. Here comes Kalle Johansson. Sharp angle, so no shot at the goal. Back of the goal, Alfredsson coming back out with it. Threw it into Forsberg. Sakic is on him, and he knows his style. Stays right with him, and they get a face-off. Team Canada territory to the left of Curtis Joseph. 8 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the third period. 2-1 Canada. Tomorrow, Burrell Center in Ottawa, the scene for Russia and Team USA, and the fight to go on to the World Cup final. That's at 8 o'clock Eastern on the CBC network.
It'll be a beauty, won't it?
Yes. Russia coming alive. Crowd getting behind Canada here in Philadelphia, where it's 2-1. Team Canada coming up to the 12-minute mark in the third period. But Sweden showing signs of coming on here in the third. They have the only goal so far in this period. Al Bolin got it. Back to 5:47. Anderson comes back in his own zone deep. Nordstrom gets the puck up to Sundin. Sundin stopped at the line. Canada all back there now, just poking away to open ice. Cleared back up to the Canadian line. Blake was on it. Beats a pass up to Gretzky. Couldn't pick it up. It was behind him. Sweden beating Canada to it, but Gretzky tapped at it, and the gate was open at Team Canada's bench. And it went in there, stopping the play.
That Gretzky does everything. He needed to change. There's the Swedish broadcast crew. It's 4:30 in the morning tomorrow in Sweden. Ulf Nilsson, former NHLer and WHA player for the Rangers in Winnipeg, is doing the color there. Of course, we've got Hockey Night in Canada French. There's Neil and Cole and Dave Moyer. Here is Hockey Night in Canada French. Yvonne Pedno giving us a wave. And we keep going right. John Davidson, Mike Emmerich doing it for the United States.
And up the center is Linden for Canada. Gets over the line. Into the slot. Gretzky going in a goal. Roll it in. Right to the line. Now Foose couldn't score. Everybody had the big chance. Might have been the goal that sewed up the game. Now, will Sweden get another life out of that break? 2-1 Canada. Past the 13-minute mark. It's poked loose. Linden on the fly. Pass over the stick of Gretzky. It bounced in front of him. Linden again. Coming back to Gretzky. To the line. Shot. Right in there. Down Foose. Sweden sending three away now. Nylander galloping up the center, and here's Kalle Johansson. He is stopped. Right in front. Score! Sweden has tied the game.
Well, a 3-on-2 rush against after Wayne Gretzky and Mountain. Vincent Damphousse had a great chance to score, and odd man rushes against. Salo made a wonderful stop to keep the score at 2-1. And here's the play right here. The point shot is tipped. He makes the save, and then the whole Canadian line is trapped. as Calle Johansson jumps into the rush, and on a 3-on-2 after the first stop was made here by Joseph and the second stop was made, but he couldn't make 3 in a row. There's another look at it. Joseph acrobatic, making 2 stops and can't make the third, and we're in a tie hockey game.
Yes, we are. Mikael Nylander, the goal from Calle Johansson. And Matt Sundin, 13:33, the time of the goal. So now, it is Sweden 2, Canada 2. Sweden battling back from a 2-goal deficit. They scored twice here in this third period. And they move it up there again. Forsberg now going in, knocked down. 3 Canadians can't get going. They run into one another. Brind'Amour ran into his own man. Now Yzerman gives it to Fleury down the wing. Fleury tried to cut in on Calle Johansson, who kept him outside. Garpenlov comes back, but it's back to the line from Yzerman, tipped in front of the net. Nobody saw it but the goaltender, and Tommy Salo is out on it on Tempers Flair. With 5:37 left in the third in a 2-2 tie.
Well, the Swedish bench was up in arms on what they thought should have been a penalty called. 5:37. And intensity is at the all-time high for both these teams at the moment. 5:37 left in the third. The Swedes have definitely come on in the third period. Gretzky and Dom Foose both had brilliant opportunities to make it 3-1. As Wayne Gretzky waltzes in and tries to put it through the legs of Salo. And look at Dom Foose. He can't knock it in as he skates by the puck and then gets very little on it, and Tommy Salo lays his goal stick along the crease and makes the save. And here's the goal. Curtis Joseph makes 3 stops before it finally goes in. 1, 2, and he can't stop the third one, and it is Mikael Nylander that ties it up.
We're in a game now. Sweden out shooting Canada in a hockey game, 33-21. Fleury and Calle Johansson drawing roughing minor penalties here with 5:37 left. A tie game.
Well, we mentioned, Bob, that Sweden was down in the big game in the European pool against Finland, 2-0, and looked to be in trouble. They came back and won at 5-3, and now they'll skate for 2 minutes or less. 4 skaters against 4.
Canada with a goal in the first, Lindros, a goal in the second, Niedermayer, Albeline and Nylander have scored for Sweden here in the third. The winner of this game moving on to the World Cup final beginning here Tuesday in Philadelphia. That is Sundin coming up there. Sweden trying to take the lead for the first time now and taking it to Team Canada. Sundin forechecking. Sundstrom digs it off the boards. Trying to get it back. He did. And nobody was open. Canadians Niedermayer lifted the puck away. Sakic pounded with 2 checkers to deal with. And he can't beat them both. Now it's Blake from the line. Shot in there. Scramble. Lindros. He couldn't reach it. Salo was down. The puck was behind him. But the big guy couldn't reach it right at the line. Close again, ever so close.
Mattias Nordson does a wonderful job on Eric Lindros and probably prevented a goal here as he knocks him down as Lindros was going to shovel it in. Kent Forsberg, the Swedish coach, has played Lidstrom and Nordstrom every shift against the Lindros line.
Under 5 minutes remaining in the third period. Sweden 2, Canada 2. Messier and Forsberg square off. Forsberg controlling the draw. Albeline takes it. He's hounded by Lemieux. Albeline fighting that off. Forsberg backing up in his own zone, showing signs he wants to go himself. He has to circle back again. Nearly lost it, but didn't lose it. Sweden up on it. Lidstrom takes it over the line. Sweden going in after Canada now. Albeline gave it away, though. And Messier back of his own net. Forsberg falling. And he'll handle the puck with his skate against Adam Foote. So Coffey goes back to help. And Canada knife it away and get it down the ice. Foote and Forsberg are into it behind the play. And it's called.
They were sipping champagne from the Stanley Cup not 5 months ago. And now they're running each other into the boards. And I'm sure it's a double penalty. So we will, for 33 seconds, have 3 skaters each in an old-fashioned East-West game here with 4:09 to go.
Yes, late in the period. It appears not a bad trade-off to get Forsberg off the ice and cool down for a couple of minutes.
King Sweden penalty number 21, Peter Forsberg.
Wasatch talking to Mark Messier now and Ulf Dolan, and I'm sure he's warning them to go over to the bench and tell their teammates and the coaches, I don't want any more of that kind of stuff. This has been a great hockey game. Don't make me call a penalty because you guys won't behave.
Foote and Forsberg roughing Miners at 15:51 of the third period here at the Coors State Center in Philadelphia. Messier trying to get his teammates charged up from the bench. He was a questionable starter tonight. Groin injury, skated in the warm-up, told me before the game he wouldn't know until he went out there in the warm-up whether he'd dress or not.
Well, there'll be 4 skaters against 4 coincidental penalties. I'd like to have seen 3 against 3 for a while.
Couldn't stand that at this stage of the game.
Be a lot of one-on-ones.
Remaining in the third period in a 2-2 tie in a game that will see the winner go on to the World Cup final. Slated to begin here Tuesday in Philadelphia, and then the best 2 out of 3 moving to the Molson Center in Montreal for Thursday, and if need be, Saturday. CBC with you all the way to the World Cup has been presented. 4 minutes left in the third. Sweden in control in their own zone, looking patient. Sundin is on the ice. Albeline has the puck. Lindros is on the ice. Knocked it away. Alfredson could pick it up. Now he does. And comes out the pass behind Sundin, allowing Desjardins to try to move on it. Sakic had to turn back. Weaves his way up over the line. Tried to go in and was knocked down. 3:30 remaining in the third. Sundin coming up. The shot is spoiled by Eric Desjardins as Sundin quickly cut in front. In Philadelphia at the Coors State Center, I'm Bob Cole with Harry Neal in the booth, Ron McLean, Don Cherry, and CBC happy that you're with us tonight, wherever you might be, coast to coast in the country. Canada in a dogfight here with Sweden with 3:24 left in the third and tied at 2. Face off inside. Team Canada line. It's Nylander who is being waved out. Or has he? No, he's going to try and win it. Linden for Canada. Linden wins it smartly. Niedermayer off balance when he made that pass. And Calle Johansson takes it behind his own net. Up to the middle, Nylander. Quick pass by him is stopped by Niedermayer. Canada will have to come back again. Niedermayer and Blake. Pass out of the reach of Gretzky, but he's up there after it. Hooked it back near the line. It's kept in deep. There's Linden back of the goal with a chance to make a play. Linden gets it out to the line. Here's the shot. Niedermayer had his shot blocked, but he got back in time to stop Nylander. And a clear break by the speedy Nylander. 2:40 left. Linden coming up to center ice. There's Blake. Can't get through. Linden will. Messier is in front. Linden saw him but couldn't get it over there. Sweden trying to clear their zone. They do. Sundstrom is moving up. Gets it ahead. Desjardins takes over. 2:15 left. Puck is at the Canadian line, not out. Desjardins had 2 chances to move it out and did not. Now back deep. And finally it's cleared out into the center ice area. Sweden though organized, now making changes. They shot it in deep. Center ice. Lemieux decides to dump it in, but he's going off. Team Canada changing. 1:45 left in regulation time. Sweden has scored 2 goals here in the third period to tie the game at 2-2. Blake moves to center. Good pass through center. Here's Shanahan. Shot is right on. Tommy Salo at the angle on that. 1:27 remaining.
Well, there was some questioning the Swedish coach to decide to go with Tommy Salo tonight after Soderstrom had played so well, but he's been solid. And for a long time, when the game was 1-0 and 2-0 for Canada, this guy made enough big stops to keep his team alive. Good goalies do that, and there's a shot of Soderstrom, the backup tonight for Sweden.
And the face-off this time will come inside the Swedish line to the left of Tommy Salo. On the clock, 1 minute and 27 seconds in a tie game here in the third period. 2 goals apiece. Canada will have Lindros, Sakic, Shanahan, Blake, and Stevens. Here we go. Blake shot one. Missed the net with that screen shot from the line. Shanahan kept it in, but nobody on that side except Johansson. He's hit hard, but Sweden will pick it up and get it down on the right side. Out of the net is Joseph. Mishandled it quickly. Up on the boards. Canada moving it out in the final minute of regulation time. That's Stevens, and he fell, giving Sweden a chance to move. But stopping it at center was Big Lindros. Wheels it back in with Shanahan going after it. Sakic is going to take over, and he left it. Centered. Salo covered again with Shanahan open on the crease.
Well, if this game is tied in 38.6 seconds, it will be just like an NHL playoff game. There will be a 15-minute intermission and then a 20-minute period. Sudden death. The team that scores goes to the finals. The team that doesn't go to their training camps.
Face-off will come inside Team Sweden blue line to the right of Tommy Salo. 38.6 seconds left in regulation time. Lindros made it 1-0 in the first. Niedermeyer made it 2-0 Canada in the second. And then Albeline scored at 5:47 for Sweden. And Nylander scored at 13:33. And a timeout has been called by Sweden.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Kent Forsberg here wants to make sure his team is A, in the last 38 seconds, very well rested, and B, know exactly what they have to do defensively in the face-off in their zone. And you can see he's talking over with Barry Smith there, and I'm sure Team Canada are trying to come up with a little offensive zone face-off play.
About the only thing we know at this stage is that the next goal win this game. We're into regulation time now, and almost all of it gone. 38.6 seconds.
Obviously, you forgot about Bill Mosier. 3 goals in 22 seconds. I don't think it'll happen tonight. You're right. The next goal will win this big.
Sweden 2, Canada 2. Face-off deep in the Swedish zone. Messier will try to win it. Fleury is parked to his right, and Adam Foote is back at the line with Paul Coffey. Yzerman is on the other side. Here we go. The linesman in that frozen stance. Now he drops it in. At the line, Coffey threw it at the net. Didn't work. Forsberg hooked it out. 30 seconds remaining. And back to the net. Salo stopping it. Calle Johansson ahead to Forsberg. They're being very careful getting the puck up now. And Messier with 16 seconds remaining lost it to Sundin. And he upends Sundin. Swedish bench up in arms. They wanted a penalty call. Sweden keeping the puck in. 3 seconds left. Coffey out of harm's way. Horn goes. Third period comes to a close. And sudden death overtime is coming up in about 16, 17 minutes from now.
Team Canada 9.
Well, as Sundin tried to step inside on Mark Messier, a lot of the fans and the whole Swedish bench thought it should have been a penalty. Mats Sundin, the most dangerous of Swedish forwards, gets hauled down by Mark Messier with about 7 seconds left. And they are complaining to the referee Fawcett it should have been a penalty. It isn't. We're going to overtime.
2 goals by Sweden in the third, forcing overtime. 2-2 tie.
2-0. We're riding along and it's beautiful. Everybody's playing it smart. Nobody's dumping it back to the points. In the corner, you guys know, girls know, you never put it back to the point when you're up 2-0 near the end of the game. And when you gain the zone, as you say, you always keep it ahead. Dump it in, guy pull back. Always have a safety guy back all the time. And I'm always saying, keep it going, going, going. Watch what's happening when it's 2-0 on the first goal. Watch what Claude Lemieux does. Now, he's got it here, and as you say, gains the zone. So what? He and he fool around here. Should have been in deep all the time. Then he goes this, tries to put it across, like, put it in deep all the time, and you'll have no problem at all. Look at these guys. There's 4 of them coming up there now, and he just hammers it like this. Instead of the puck being in the other end, and it's 2-0 with a guy back, it's 2-1, and the Swedes, when it's 2-1 and they've got nothing to lose, they are dynamite because the pressure's off and they know they got to go. And I said to Peter Rutherford, standing right there, when he lost that puck, I said, look out. He didn't throw it in, bing, in the net, and I called it just before.
Peter is the studio director with the CBC, in case you're trying to place him as one of the old Boston Bruins or something. You know, those long goals are a killer. You remember Esa Tikkanen scored one against Mike Vernon when the Flames were up 3-0.
Oh, that's the one where you said in New York when you said it wasn't offside?
No, that's a different one.
Oh,
Good point, though. That was that was called
Another
off.
long one.
How about what another one? Jacques Lemaire, remember? 1971, Canadian.
Lost in the fog.
Tony Esposito.
Tony Esposito lost it in the fog when he was still looking. Remember that one, folks? Where is it?
Then Henry Richard scored 2 and they win the Stanley Cup. Tony didn't play that way against you, though. He was dynamite.
So I guess he didn't. I remember one game we played him. We were up 1-0. He come back. It was tied. We outshot him 56-18. And I remember the winning goal was going in and hit the knob of the stick, went out like that. 56-18. We lost my first year.
Another little story for you. Niedermeyer scores the beautiful end-to-end goal that was compared to the New Jersey Stanley Cup goal against Detroit. Nicholas Lidstrom was on the ice for both of those goals. You know that Chris Osgood of Detroit scored a goal in the NHL last year?
Yeah, what do you think? I'm dummy? Of course I know.
Yeah, well,
he also goalie was out. What do you think? I'm stupid. I'm
also scored one. No, but I got a story.
Oh.
Also scored one with Medicine Hat in the Western Hockey League, and there was a player who was on the ice for both of those, Jeff Sanderson of the Hartford Whalers. So, little tidbit. That's why I'm picking Brendan Shanahan to score.
Are we filling here or what?
Well, why not? We got time. Well, who are you picking? What do you think's going to happen here?
I'm picking Adam Graves. He's done nothing. And Washington said he's done nothing, but he's done nothing this game. I am saying he's going to come through and score a goal. We have to score this goal. We can't have Sweden and Russia in the finals. We got to have a Canadian team in here.
Good to promote global hockey.
Baloney.
The U.S. and Russians watching this, I'm sure, with great interest. It's all tied. We'll continue our coverage from the Core States Center in Philadelphia in a moment.
Is brought to you
by tied at 2 going to overtime at the Core State Center. Here's Eddie Johnson. Eddie, your thoughts? It's tough to have a 2-goal lead in the third and lose it. What do you think happened?
Well, we had some chances, when he got the fluke goal that bounced off our stick and changed directions a little bit on the goalkeeper, but we had an opportunity when it was 2-1 and make it 3-1. But we're very confident in our dressing room. We know we're going to win here tonight, so I think we're right up.
Any one thing that was said when you went into the room? Did the coaches go in immediately or let the players sit and they know what this is all about?
They know what it's all about. Most of these guys have been there before. A lot of Stanley Cups in our room, and they've a lot of overtime goals in our dressing room, and hopefully one of our guys got it tonight.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
The assistant coach, Eddie Johnston, oozing confidence. We shall see. We are now in sudden death overtime here at the Core State Center in Philadelphia, Canada and Sweden. A goal will send the team on to the World Cup final. Stevens up for Lindros, had to look twice to pick it up, and Sakic couldn't pick it up. Sweden attacking. The shot is blocked by Stevens and cleared out over the line. Hammered back in by Sweden. Sweden changing quickly. Joseph had to be careful with that. Here's another one. Fired across in front of the net. Canada will bring it out. Up to center. This is Shanahan. Shanahan nearly got in. He's upended. He goes right on. Sweden recovers. Do not get it out. Shot knocked out in front. Shanahan coming close again. Lost the helmet. Oh, and a chance in front by Sakic. It was whipped high. 3 big chances for Canada.
Well, certainly Shanahan on what looked like a 1-on-2 harmless rush snaked through the defense and couldn't catch up to the puck, and then Joe Sakic had a real good opportunity. Here's the shot near the end, and Shanahan nearly tipped it in, and then Mattis Nordstrom, as I mentioned, he and Lidstrom have played every shift against Lindros's group, and they have played very well, and Sakic gets a great opportunity to end it here. The puck is deflected up over the glass.
Joe Sakic coming close. He was in a great spot for the shot. Messier and Lemieux jump on the puck. At the line, Niedermayer shot off the stick of Alfredsson, and he brings it back out for Sweden. Up to center, Garpenlaw played it in. They don't get a good rush in front of the net, and Canada turning it back quickly, led by Messier. Down the boards, Graves in front of the goal, and the shot knocked away by Salo's stick. Sweden clearing it quickly, Alfredsson. Up across center, looking for a little room. Down the boards, Niedermayer can't stop him. Now he falls, gets back up. The puck is knocked loose along the boards the other way. Canada scrambling, trying to get it out. They hook it away to center. Fired through center ice. Messier set up, shot. Good save by Salo on the drive from the right wing by Trevor Linden. Canada with the chances so far. 2 minutes of sudden death overtime. Dom Foose, is he going by himself? He got the center, lifted it in. Gretzky was offside on the wing.
One thing you have to watch out in overtime is when you have the long change, that is the bench to use in the second period, not to get caught out too long on a shift, or the rink goes from 200 to 800 feet long. And Linden made a nice shot that was stopped neatly by Salo, and a great play to make sure Messier by Leif Rolin doesn't go to the net and grab a rebound. Look at this. I admire the Swedes' defensive play. They are honest, and they don't make many mistakes defensively.
Gretzky, Dom Foose. They win the draw to Coffey. Ripped it in. And it's called on the offside. A late whistle, but offside for sure. Linden will stay on with Gretzky and Dom Foose. Foot and Coffey are the defensemen. Sweden will change. Nylander, who tied the game at 13:33 of the third, leaves.
Don't forget, Bob, Sweden gets the last change because they are the home team here in Philadelphia. So they'll get the matchup they're looking for, at least to start.
Sundstrom will come to center for Sweden. Anderson to the right. And the dangerous Matt Sundin, number 13, on the left wing. Lea Hansen, who assisted on both Swedish goals, gets it out. Down comes Sundin over the line. Coming in to make the play. Centered it. Oh, a save by Joseph. Saved the game right there. Another Their shot goes back in the net. There's Sundin again. Sundin getting set. Roll it out. No shot. Now it's fired in front. Canada scrambling around in there, but they get it out. Sakic going to center. Lindros is away ahead of him. Offside. Wow. Curtis Joseph, who was beaten on a long shot by Albolin in the second period. Sweden's first goal. He comes up with a game saver right there.
Why do you think every time Sundin gets the puck, he's going to score? He dances around Paul Coffey, and he centers the puck for this great scoring opportunity by Sundstrom. And you're right, Bob. Curtis Joseph with the double pass, stacked pads makes the stop. Here's a look from behind Joseph. And he has made some spectacular saves tonight. But every stop in overtime borders on being spectacular.
Sweden has had 35 shots in the game, counting that last one. It was a beauty of a save by Joseph. 26 shots by Canada. We played 2:55 of overtime. Sakic winning the draw. Everybody checked, tied up. Canada dumping it in deep. Sweden will back up with it. Albolin put it around his own net for Johansson. He got it out. Canada will stop the rush there, or will they? Sundin got a break, but lost the stick. And he was useless in there by himself. So out for Canada. A short pass ahead. Lindros with one in. There goes Shanahan. The goalie was out. Sweden clears the puck. Desjardins ripped it back in. Albolin is turning. He sees Big Lindros chasing him. Sweden backhanding it out to center. Canada again. Messier banged the pass ahead. He's on it. Messier trying to drop it back. And it's cleared back out by Sweden. Nolan stopped. Messier stopped. Now the other way. That is Rob Blake behind his own net. And icing has been called against Sweden.
Canada has been superior in the faceoffs tonight, especially in the Swedish zone. And how many times have we seen an overtime game be decided after a team wins the draw?
Well, they'll try to win this one. It's up to the left of Tommy Salo. Big crowd here at the Core State Center in Philadelphia. This beautiful new building, only the second hockey game played here. And we don't have to tell you, this is a hockey town of the first order. We're treated to a biggie here tonight for the right to go on for the World Cup. Canada and Sweden. Sweden wins this draw. Nicholas Lidstrom behind the net. Moving it up slowly. Sweden on it. Sundstrom, long shot. Remember Albolin shot one from the blue line and scored. There's Forsberg, overskates it. Canada, defensive now. Scooping it out and down the ice. Nordstrom turning with it. That's broken up near center. Bad pass on to Garpenlaw. Alfredson comes in. Alfredson gets some room on Blake. Another nice pad save by Joseph. Here's Forsberg. Pushed off the puck. Still fights for it though. Forsberg gets it and swings away from his check. Now Dom Foos catches it. Niedermayer swings at it. Dom Foos gets it up to Gretzky. 3 of them. Make it 4 of them. They better move in deep on this one. They do not. It's Garpenlaw turning it back. But Dom Foos got back to prevent a break by Sweden. Gretzky feeding it in. And it hopped away from Shanahan. Shanahan in forechecking. Can't get the puck though. Off the defender. It's lifted over the glass. Into the crowd. Near the penalty box.
Well, the Canadians had a odd man rush going, and Trevor Linden didn't realize that the Canadian defenseman trailing the play was going for a change. And he dropped the puck to the Phantom. And the Phantom had already gone to the bench. Rob Blake might have been able to walk right in. However, play it safe. Play it safe. He knows now, but he knows his legs were burning up too.
Sakic now At center, Shanahan is to his left. Big Eric Lindros on the right wing. He has scored his first goal of the tournament here tonight. And he's on the puck, driving hard. Can't do much with it. It bounced away from him. Dahlen feeds it up. They get it up over the line, and Nylander is chasing it into the corner, trying to get it back. Grabbed by Julin, fired back at the net. It'll be stopped at the line by Sweden. Canada do not get it out. Nylander bodied by Sakic. Julin is hit. Coffey will skate away. It's played up there. Coffey was open on the wing. Lindros didn't know he had gone down the boards like a bullet. He's in behind everybody. Coffey pushed it away. Now Coffey again shoots it to the open side. That's going to be icing against Canada. As Popovich goes back to pick it up. They played 6 minutes now of sudden death torture.
Shoot the puck. I'm sure the coaches are saying it's never a bad play to shoot it and have somebody go into the net in case there's a rebound. Tommy Salo has allowed very few rebounds tonight. It kind of takes a little bit of Canada's offense out of the way because their big forwards are hard to handle.
Messier on again for Canada. Desjardins. He's one of the defensemen marked to the left of Messier. Just in case it comes there. Albaline again. Shot goal, nowhere near the net. Just wanted to get it in deep. Canada forming up to bring it out. The pass taken by Graves. Stately, but he's upended. Sundstrom tried to move it in. Albaline backs up against Lemieux. Fired up across center, offside. Dangerous pass inside the Swedish blue line, but they got away with it.
Calle Johansson must play golf with Michael Jordan, taking chances like that. And I gambled that if the puck had been picked off, this baby would have been over.
Face off inside Sweden's blue line. Sundstrom against Messier. Sweden controlling. It's not cleared out. Desjardins shot away high, back of the net. Adam Graves is in front of the goal, but tied up by Albaline. And Sweden happy to get it out. Canada was pressing. Backing up is Stevens. Takes a lot of time to move it. It's chopped in by Lemieux. Calle Johansson back. Sees Sundin. Down on the wing is Sundstrom. Up there with Sundin. Sundin tried to go in with Anderson. Sundin back of the goal. Gets it out, but Fleury was there. And he clears the zone. Fleury again. Pulling away from Matt Sundin. Long pass, though, out of the reach of Yzerman. And another icing call against Canada.
Well, Steve Yzerman, who has turned in from being one of the top offensive players in the league to becoming a very responsible defensive player. And he has made more than one excellent defensive play. And he's going to come through here defensively to chip the puck past Sundin, who is clearly the most dangerous Swede.
Face-off will be deep. Canada's own. Forsberg on the ice, winning the draw, but he was tied up and couldn't move on it. Niedermayer around the net, showing signs of wanting to skate. Everybody was covered and shot down the ice. Nordstrom back. Bergquist gets it out. Up near center. Too high for Lindros to knock down. Romblake back, and he planned on trying to clear it. It gets to the side of the net. Lindros comes back to help the defenseman and pokes it away. Sakic is giving chase on Nordstrom. Nordstrom put on stride. Great work by Sakic to move it ahead deep. Now Shanahan to Lidstrom, and he's covered. Bounced away from Lindros. Coming up, Alfredsson. He backhands it in, and Sweden will change again. Out for Blake. A lot of room for him, so he'll go to center. and shoot it in. Diving in there is Steve Yzerman. Covered by two defenders. Popovich starts Sweden back. Nylander across center. Dumping one in out of the net. Joseph taking a good look around. He sees he can make the play. Back of the net. Dahlin tried to center it. His checker fell. Yzerman, but he got back up. Coffey has to come in to help. They battle away for it. Nylander coming out front of the net. Nylander could jam it by Joseph. That was close. Shot in deep by Fleury. Salo shoots it away himself. Boy, Nylander came close to ending the game. Walking out front. Linden bodied off the puck. Don Foos couldn't stop it. Here's an icing call coming up against Sweden.
Well, Nylander's been a pretty impressive player tonight. I wonder whether the Calgary Flames are going to have him back. They were disappointed at times with him.
Ski on the ice now with Don Foos. Won the draw. Linden was there on the right side, but he's going off. Allowing Sweden an open man, and they get it out. Sundstrom shoots it down. It comes off the boards. Flying in there, Anderson. But he couldn't get there in time. Canada will clear it out. Once again, Sundstrom. Out of time to move it up to Sundin. Sundin is covered. Big crowd on the boards. Lemieux missed it. And Gretzky will come back deep in his own zone and swing in around the net. Quick pass. Sends Canada out. Lemieux up on the right side will try to get in there. Here comes Gretzky picking it up. Center shot. Lemieux was set up by Gretzky. Got it again. Lemieux. Oh, he missed the open side. Gretzky making two big passes. But it's still overtime. Nearing the halfway mark of the first 20 minutes. Messier flies around his own net. Big pass up to Graves. Graves shoots it in from center ice. Canadians pouring after it. Lindros on the fly. There's Sakic. Lindros with him. Sakic doing great work, but pinned on the boards by Nordstrom. Now, Sakic in front with wide open, and Lindros going for the shot on goal. And Salo had the angle on Eric Lindros.
Well, we can't complain that this hasn't been an excellent hockey game, and the overtime has been the best period, as it often is. And Lindros gets a lucky bounce off the boards and lets the shot go. He didn't have much on it, but it's caught. And Claude Lemieux had a good chance. He did some nice forechecking here on Calle Johansson. Gretzky grabs the puck, and Lemieux winds up and shoots it, and Calle Johansson, with the shaft of his stick, deflects it over the net.
Big scoring chances for Canada. Zach Shanahan, Lindros. The line stays on. Shanahan rolled it by to the other side, and Nordstrom is there to get it out to center ice. Fired in deep by Andreas Johansson. Lindros takes his time. He's covered, nobody open, bounced it down. Shanahan tried to make a fancy play. In on Lindstrom, it didn't work. Shanahan will take it at center. Just on the side for Jones Sakic. Sakic coming in. Puck is stolen by Lindstrom. Gets it out. Sweden move it to center. Forsberg made a fancy move, and he's up over the line. Dangerous Forsberg getting set. Forsberg wheeling around in there. Finally, they take it away from him. Lindros back out, lifting one in wide of the net. Under the goal is Salo. Cleared by Rolin. Into the center ice area. Hammered back in by Canada. Brind'Amour circling and didn't see it. Yzerman on the ice. Had to turn back near center. And Foote takes it around the goal for Canada. Coffey takes that weak pass. Lifts it high, but not high enough. Popovich knocked it down. Foote slammed it a little bit too high. Went over the boards. At the Team Canada bench.
Team Canada's done a nice job against the trap when the Swedes can't forecheck by using both defensemen on the breakout. And you know, they haven't had a lot of time to practice against the team they know they're going to play next. And the Swedish team can use that one-man forecheck, and four in the neutral zone is very well, and this young lady here has said, I've had enough. Not many fans are in the same mood.
Face off near center ice. The Gretzky line again. The Nylander line again for Sweden. Coffey scooping one in. They're always dangerous. That one bounced perfectly about 8 feet in front of the netminder, but it took a decent bounce for him.
Well, late in the period, and we have 8:10 to go, and the ice gets chopped up, that bounce may not be as true as it is if it's early in the period. And Tommy Salo has been good tonight, and so has Curtis Joseph. They have 8 minutes and 10 seconds left in the fourth period. They've given up 2 goals apiece, and both of them have made spectacular saves.
Lindros on the first, 1-0. Niedermeyer in the second, 2-0. And then in the third, Albeline and Nylander. Here we are in overtime. Gretzky, Dom Foose. Linden racing to the boards. Got there too late. And a foot knowing he was trapped inside the line, so he lets one in. Sweden with lots of time to organize an attack. Sundin gets it up to Anderson. Swedes shoot it in, and Foot was there, but he didn't see Anderson pinching in quickly. Anderson in the corner. On the boards with Sundstrom. And they pick it up. No, Canada. Get it in back to their own net. He's had a Foot, but he doesn't play it outside the line, and Foot trying to cover Sundin. Sundstrom is bumped. Sweden causing problems here. Here's a pass to Sundin. Sundin trying to get organized for a play, and to shoot it back in the net where Hale Anderson went over there and Foot hit him. Finally, Lemieux gets it out one-on-one. Adam Graves. Canadian player behind the play trying to join the rush. Coffey was hauled down. It goes right on. Canada on it. Center ice, Dom Foose. Saw a man open. It's Gretzky. Gets set. Gretzky. Pass. Oh, and a save by Salo. Gretzky made the big move to the left and had everybody going that way. And had a man open at the lip of the crease. But Salo makes the save.
Well, it was Vince Damphousse who knew enough to go to the net when 99 gets the puck. And this is maybe the only time in his career that Vince wished he was a right-hand shot, because he might have been able to put this in. A beautiful goal-mouth pass, but he has to try and knock it out of the air on the backhand. And Tommy Salo coming across the net like a cat makes the stop.
Well, that's a game saver now at that end. Gretzky lifting the pass high. I think he had to get it up past everybody, and he did it. It was a close call. That's all. 6:40 left in this first overtime. Karpenlov on the boards. Dom Foose couldn't stop him. Forsberg is skating away from everybody. And it's fired too high by Linden over the boards. And Team Sweden bench. That stops the play again.
Well, it's too bad there wasn't glass in front of the bench, because Gretzky was on the move. And he would have been onside to take anything that went over the red line, but Linden threw it what he thought was going to be off the glass, but it went right into the bench.
So both teams will change now. You know, the pressure, the heat, and the fatigue is getting to everybody. Here in Philadelphia, we're in the fourth period of this sudden death game. There's sudden death overtime. Canada, Sweden, face off inside Team Canada's line. Sakic. Shanahan. They get the draw and get the puck out. And Lindros. Sweden back. Here we go. Looking up at the line. Shanahan sending in deep. Here's Lindros nailing Nylander. It's what started the scoring in the game when Lindros made a big hit inside the line. But now Sweden have 3 going. They get it up over the line and out of the net is Joseph, taking no chances. He'll hang on to it with both Dahlin and Julin in there, hoping it would come loose.
Well, there's the helmet of Nylander. Fortunately for him, his head isn't in it. And here's the reason it could have been. Nylander takes the puck and dumps it behind the net. And then Choo Choo Train 88 came through and drove him into the glass.
Sweden coming on with Forsberg again. Alfredsson. And Andreas Johansson. Face off to the right of Curtis Joseph. Won by Lindros. Shanahan just knifed it away. Got it down there. Big Lindros is cruising up. Centered it. Shanahan was cruising in, but it was covered by Sweden. They get it out. Canada will pound it back in. Salo out of the net now. Leaving it for Albolin. Albolin starting the play for Sweden. Calle Johansson gave it away at center, and Shanahan backs up. Shoots it down where Sakic tries to get loose. He's hauled down. Mossep will likely call nothing in this overtime. Just over 5 minutes left in the first overtime period. Sweden stealing it. Alfredsson coming in. Alfredsson on with the brakes. It gets back. Dangerous rush. Shot. Hit wide of the goal. Canada warding off that trap. And Messier moves up. Flip one in for Graves, coming for the net. And a Graves back at the goal, trying to center it. Lost it to Nordstrom. Stays with him. Nordstrom, though, leaves it for Johansson. And he gets it out and down the ice, and Sweden want to make changes. And Joseph knew that. Seeing the open ice, he fired it up quickly. Lemieux got it in. Sweden regrouping. Lindstrom got back. Coffey pinching in. Stopped by Brenda Moore. Made it back in for Lemieux. He was late getting there. Adam Foote shot it in. Canada changing now. Yzerman stopped one, but didn't hang on to it. Here he is. Sundin coming up, getting in front. Centering pass. Shot. Stopped by Joseph. Cleared out. Wow. Popovich is back. Shoots it off the boards. It gets right on the net. Joseph was tested again. Yzerman poked at it. Lindemore is offside.
Matt Sundin, the Swedish bench stands up every time he gets it. And Joseph had to make a big stop when Matt Sundin gave the puck. On the rush to Sundstrom. Here comes Sundin. Adam Foote plays him quite nicely. Sundin tries to go inside. And here's the shot right here that could have ended the game. Stopped by Joseph as he's knocked down.
38 shots by Sweden. Canada closing the gap. They have 29. And none of them matters now. It's the one shot. Who will make it? We'll see. 3:40 left in the first overtime. Sweden rolling it up again. Nylander overskates it. Stevens slow moving it where Gretzky was waiting. Nylander picked it up and shot it back inside his own line, and this is Tommy Albolin. A good pass up through the middle. Nylander's shot. Nowhere near the net with that long shot from the blue line. Canada's Gretzky pulled over by Nylander. Screen shot hit Stevens. Julin went in there. Gretzky floored Nylander, and he's up there without the helmet. Gretzky made the play. It's knocked down in front and cleared back out to center in a hurry. Firing it from outside the line was Stevens. Gretzky going off, and he's getting a big hand. Canada pressing. Shot! Lindros overskates it on the side of the net. Sweden hanging on for dear life. And it's cleared back down the ice. Icing called against the Tri-Kroner. Gretzky, big shift, no result.
Well, they almost scored. Gretzky got decked early in the shift. Got up without his helmet. Saying to himself, I'm too old for this stuff.
He has been absolutely marvelous for this stuff.
His best period has been the fourth period, and you wouldn't have thought that.
Well, only 2:40 left in this first overtime. Canada with a 2-0 lead. Up to 5:47 of the third period. Sweden got 2 goals. Shot by Shanahan, blocked. Sakic after it. Gets the help from the big guy. Takes a bump, shakes it off, stays with the puck. Lindros battling away against Nordstrom. Lindros with the puck again. Hangs onto it. They can't move him. One hand on the stick, still controlled it. Finally, it's chopped out of the zone by Andreas Johansson down the ice. Icing again against Sweden.
You know, whenever you watch a game like this, or a team like Canada, or in this case Sweden, you're always impressed by somebody who turns out to be a much better hockey player than you thought when you only saw him occasionally. Now, Adam Foote falls into that category for Canada, and Mattias Nordstrom, number 14, falls into that category for Sweden. He plays for the LA Kings, and I'm sure as Coley Campbell and Neil Smith watch him play tonight, they're a little sorry that they don't have him come to the Ranger camp tomorrow. He has been strong, and we all know Lidstrom's a good defender. But the fact that he battled Lindros for 15 or 20 seconds tells you something without losing.
Face off to the right, Tommy Salo. Messier. Coffey, screen shot coming. Knocked down in front, loose puck is there. Al Moline saw it in time. Coffey again stopped, another shot. Nobody could touch that one. Messier lost his stick, but nailed Calle Johansson. Puck is loose at center. Calle Johansson moving up. Here's Sundin. Look out! Stop! By Joseph! Sundin is robbed again by Curtis Joseph. Everybody buzzing on that one. You wonder if it's in the cards. We're going to find out sometime tonight. 11:45 here in Philadelphia. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see as Graves picks it up. Gets it ahead. Knocked down by Sweden. Graves slow moving on it. Graves lost the chance to move it. Brind'Amour in on the boards. Yulin stopped him. Fired away and all the way down the ice.
Last play in the first overtime.
Around the net quickly. Nicholas Lidstrom coming away. Got some speed up. He's up through center and couldn't get by everybody. Here's a chance for Yzerman. Couldn't quite handle it. Stevens moving up. Yzerman getting back on side and back in there. Mattias Nordstrom and hangs on with 38 seconds left in the first overtime. Nicholas Lidstrom gets it ahead. Nylander got it out. 30 seconds left. Another rush by Sweden. The shot by Yulin. Away wide of the net. Sweden changing. Yzerman looking the other way when the pass came up. It escaped. He went in after it. 15 seconds left. Quist left it at center. Wait, one more attack. Alfred set. Stopped by Joseph. Curtis Joseph has had 41 shots. Shot from the blue line. That was deflected a bit. The blue line. That was deflected a bit. Got But
he played for St. Louis against Toronto in the playoffs a couple of years back that went on and on and on. And Sundin had a great opportunity here as all alone walking in off the right wing, but can't beat Joseph.
that's goaltending with pressure. Curtis Joseph. The 8 seconds left. First overtime. Forsberg will take the draw for Sweden. Messier. Messier, he's been great winning the face-offs, the big ones. None bigger than that one.
When he went off?
No, never, ever, 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 ever do you go off the ice on a 4-on-2 when the guy drops it to you. I don't care how tired you are. You got all night. You never go off. He knows he made a mistake, and Gretzky usually doesn't holler at anybody on the bench, and folks, you wouldn't want to hear it. He drops a puck on a 4-on-2 and he makes a change. Oh, tell me that's a good play.
I didn't see what happened to Gretzky there, but he obviously lost his helmet and...
he got whacked at center ice, that's all. That's why the crowd was wanting a penalty. He's not going to call... Unless it's a breakaway and you pull the guy down, he's not going to call a penalty, and that's the way it should be.
Hey, how about Gretzky's been tremendous, Lindros and Shanahan and Sakic. You want to make the point about the draws? You know what Sakic's doing, or you want to save that for Coach's
Well,
Corner?
so I'm going to save it for the next Coach's Corner when Canada's playing up in Montreal.
That's a little trick about hands on the stick.
Yes.
As far as Swedes go, a tremendous rally by them in the third period.
Gotta admit, they're looking all right. They're playing with a lot of guts, and I'll tell you something. I was never a fan of Forsberg, but because last year I didn't think he did much in the finals last year with Sakic and everything. But I'm telling you, boy, he's tough in that corner. He gets that one stick, you know, hand on a stick. You can't get the puck off him. So I got to admit, he's a pretty good hockey player.
And Neil Smith, watching upstairs, wasn't too crazy about Sundin overseas, but there's no question he's been dynamite.
Looks like Harry said, he looks bigger and heavier or something. I don't know, he looks better.
Stanley Cup. You know what? When he was drafted first European pick, first overall, Nicholas Andersson was the top player in Sweden that year, but he was only 5'9". That's why he didn't go as high in the draft. Do you think it'll be a defenseman joining the rush? Doesn't seem like Canada's been able to bring defensemen
I used to say that. Remember, I used to say that all the time. I hope it's not. And I'll tell you why. I want the defense to play defense, get the puck up, stay back. I know Niedermayer would throw through. When you get into overtime, unless you're Bobby Orr or Brad Park or somebody like that, stay back. You know what I wish? One guy in that team, I wish Coffey would grab that puck. I haven't seen him yet in this whole series grab the puck and go through the whole team just once. That's what I'd like to see him do because he's capable. I think he's hurt a little. That's why he's not doing it. No, I want the defense to play defense.
You're having a psychic moment because we have a feature on Paul Coffey all lined up to go to. And we saw Tonelli scrambling on the ice there after the Bossy goal from 84. It was Coffey who broke up.
Put it on the net.
Way.
Just put it on the net.
Let's spend a little time with number 77, as Don requested.
I didn't request it.
Paul Coffey may be the most striking skater hockey has ever seen. 3 times decorated as the NHL's best defenseman, he's won 4 Stanley Cups. And like most great stars, he hears Canada calling.
And players come to this tournament for one reason and one reason only, and that's to win. I mean, we don't come to make any money because we don't make any money. We don't come for anything else but to win. I mean, we're taking a month or 2 out of our summer, which is very important to a lot of players because we don't get a lot of time anyway. And I mean, you step yourself into that room and you see the likes of Mark and Wayne and guys like that. I mean, you just know that the things you might do on your hockey club, you're not going to get a chance to do on this team because there's so many great players. And if you're fortunate enough to make the team, you just accept any role and just do the best job you can. I learned to tip at probably my first Canada Cup in 1981, talking to Larry Robinson, a player that I have a lot of respect and idolized, and he just said to me, if you take care of your body will take care of you. And he said, don't start doing it when you turn 30, start now. So I've always maintained that the key to staying in shape is not getting out of shape. I think marriage is a beautiful thing if you find the right partner. Me, myself, and Stephanie get along very well. We had a daughter 14 months ago. Absolutely love that. I mean, hockey is definitely important to me. It's a big part of my life, but it's not the be-all, end-all. I mean, sometimes you lose a game, and instead of going home and being really upset about it, you just walk into your daughter's room and look at her laying there and go play with her. And that's nice. I mean, you know, she's Daddy's little girl. I love that, and she recognizes when we're on the ice that she's come to a few games in Detroit and doesn't understand it, but you know, recognizes the face, and there's no better feeling when she yells out "Dad." I mean, that's nice. We can only do one of two things: we can win or win. we can't tie or can't lose. We still, even with the European invasion and of course hockey picking up in the United States, we still, as players and the fans of Canada, consider it to be our game. We'd like to think that we have the best players and can put the best team together. We've proven that in the last 3 Canada Cups, and we definitely want to do it again. You know, unfortunately, we had a couple of key players not being able to play. You know, Mario with his injuries and his young son who was born prematurely. He had his reasons not to play, but we still have a great hockey team here, and we want to win. There's a lot of pride involved. We're, you know, carrying it for the country, so to speak, and we all know that.
This is Bob Cole with Harry Neal in the booth at the Core State Center in Philadelphia. After one overtime period, still tied, and the second overtime about to come.
Well, when you've only had 4 goals scored in 4 periods, the Stars are often the goaltenders, and tonight's no exception. Curtis Joseph has been marvelous, and on more than a dozen occasions, he's kept Canada alive and takes one away from Matt Sundin as Sundin walks in unchecked on the right wing. And Tommy Salo, who has been Joseph's equal at the other end, has made some marvelous stops. Who can forget the stop he made in the shootout in the '94 Olympics to give his Swedish team the gold medal? Paul Kariya. Boy, I wish he was playing in this tournament. He comes in and he has to score to keep Canada alive. And Tommy Salo, with that left pad up in the air, gives the gold medal to Sweden. And he makes a wonderful stop here, one of about a dozen he's made, on Vincent Damphousse, who batted it out of the air but couldn't put it by him. It's a goaltender's night here in Philadelphia.
Canada went up 2-0 in the hockey game. Just past the midway mark of the second period on a goal by Niedermayer. Then Ross had scored in the first. Albeline shot from the blue line. 5:47 of the third. And then Nylander scored at 13:33 of the third. Tying the game. One overtime, nobody could score. The shots are 40 to 31 in favor of Sweden.
And 22 of Sweden's 40 shots have been off the hockey sticks of Mats Sundin with 10. Ulf Dahlin and Nicholas Sundstrom have more than half the shots and have had more than half the good chances to score for the team in blue.
So if you're still in a hockey game when Mats Sundin has had 10 shots, that's enough right there. You're doing something. Canada trying to pick it up quickly here. He started in a rush in the first overtime and nearly ended it. Trying it again now as they slam it up to the line, and Lindros is there with Shanahan. He made that fancy play and it didn't work, and now Forsberg had to give it away. Desjardins getting away from Forsberg, shooting it in. Johansson with Lindros giving chase, but it's going to be Sweden who'll bring it out. Long pass to Forsberg. He stepped across center. That's offside. Canada will get a chance to change him up.
Well, the coaches, I'm sure, have warned the players we want 40-second shifts. Don't stay out there too long. The question might be, is the younger Swedish team better equipped to play these marathons than the older Canada team? We shall soon see, as we are almost a minute into the 5th period.
Len Sather, the Team Canada bench, is talking to him this morning after the skate. And Messier, by the way, did not skate in the morning skate, nor did he skate yesterday with a groin injury. He told me he wouldn't know till warm-up time whether Messier would dress. Well, he dressed. And now he is in his 5th period, and he's on there now for Canada. Julin up over center for Sweden. Long shot. Joseph Ducky listening to that one come off the glass, and Canada moving up. Lemieux takes it over the line. Lemieux tried to go in there, and he nearly did get in, but he was grabbed at the last second by Nordstrom. Adam Graves is on it for Canada. There's Messier's shot. He missed the net. Blake is pinching in with a shot. Big rebound. Cleared to the line, not out. Kept in by Niedermayer. He slapped it on the boards. It goes around the net. Graves trying to dig it out, and he is being checked by Lidstrom. Canada, Messier. Back at the side of the net. Messier around the net. Messier out front. Can't get a shot. Lemieux goes the other way. Around the net again. He's not off stride. And Sweden get a respite by shooting the puck over the glass.
Some great puck control, cycling by Messier, Lemieux, and you can see that Mark Messier is in pain. And here he is right here at his forechecking best, one of the strongest players in the league. You have an awful time pinning him, as Michael Nylander is finding out, and he almost gets the wraparound opportunity here, but Nylander knocks him down. And he's in a fair amount of pain on the bench.
Face off to the left of Tommy Salo. They're getting ready now to go to church in Sweden. They'll probably cancel their church and I'm sure saying their prayers at home. Here's Coffey right in front. Low shot on the broken stick shot by Coffey. Up there, Johansson. Calle Johansson drops it for Sweden. Sundin's backhander right in front of the net. And here's the chance right here. The shot blocked by Lindros. And he's away for Canada. He'll shoot it in from center. Coming in on this side is Shanahan. Lindros left it in the corner for Shanahan. Shanahan bodied in on the boards. Out front again. And Salo down. Watching big Lindros. Well, Sweden had a great chance a moment ago on their last attack. Didn't get a shot. And now Canada comes back, and they had a decent chance.
Joe Sakic, that was his first shot of the game. This little shot when he was half covered, and he didn't get very much on it. Right here. And it is stopped between the skates and Tommy Salo. An awful situation for these goalies who have played so well, and one of them's going to give up the winning goal. I don't know whether we're going to see it before long, but they have been the two stars of this game. There's no question about that.
Gretzky. And Linden will join him on this line. Dom Foose playing the left wing. Desjardins, Stevens, the two Canadian defensemen. 5 feet inside the line. Sweden controls, however, on this draw in their own zone. Forsberg is getting away. Up there with Edmundson. Down the wing is Karpenlov. And Stevens took it away from him. Trying to move it quickly. Has to go back again the other way now. Gets it up to Linden. Through the middle. Down the wing on the far side is Gretzky. As Dom Foose takes a hit along the boards. Linden and Gretzky back to Linden. Dom Foose back to the net. And Sweden will pick it up. 4 of them line up to come out. And they do get it out over the line, but not on the rush. Gretzky again tapped it loose at center. Bringing it back in himself. Call on the offside. Linden fell.
Well, both early shifts here. Canada's had an opportunity. Seems to me for both teams, especially Canada, the puck rolls away as a player gets a good opportunity. This is a long night for the elder statesmen, Mr. Gretzky and Mr. Messier, for Team Canada.
Face off outside. Sweden's blue line. Sundin. Sweden. Lindemore beat him to it. Fell. Sundin whacked at it. Got it out. Blake will shoot it in. Shooting it in gently. Popovich back. Here comes Lemieux. Can't get there in time. You couldn't play it. Would have been offside. Up through center. Airquist. Left it for Sundin. Fanned on it. Sundin again. Going after the puck. In the corner. Sundin hauls his man down. And Canada scrambling for a moment now with Popovich pinching in. In on the boards. Sundin working hard. On this shift. He parks himself in front of the net now as they fight forward in the corner. And it goes over the glass into the crowd.
Matt Sundin, 83 points for the Leafs last year. And I mentioned earlier the first European taken first overall. And Bob, if he wore number 27, would you not think he's Frank Mahovlich? Very similar styles.
The big stride.
Big wide reach. Looks like he can't cut in from where he does cut in. He can deke you. He's got a great backhand and he's got a bullet shot. He's now exchanging pleasantries with Claude Lemieux, who's been almost disgustingly well behaved in this World Tournament.
We are in the second overtime of sudden death here in Philadelphia, nearing the 4-minute mark of overtime session number 2.
Well, they want to be careful here because if the referee just turns quickly and sees something, he may give one player a penalty. And all this pushing and talking is of no value with reference to who's going to win this game. I know that the players are tired and they're frustrated and they're on edge. But the last thing you want to do is take a penalty and put your team in an awful tough spot. And it may well be that Lemieux is penalized here. He won't leave the ice. I think Fawcett's trying to get a line change here, get Lemieux off.
I think they've all decided who'll be on now for this face-off, which will come to the right of Curtis Joseph, deep in Canada's zone. Patrick Uline is number 5. He's coming on. All the heavyweights of the National Hockey League in attendance, of course. Nail-biting time for them, too. Pulling for Canada, you know that. Coffey's shot, a low one. It missed the net. Here's Lindros. Can't center it. Shanahan was open for a second. Sometimes that's all it takes. But now Nylander gets it out there. Dahlen moving up, dropping it back. The shot, picked up by Joseph. Big rebound, and Canada wheeling away. Here's Lindros down through the middle, and it goes. Coffey trying to center it. Dahlen went flying into the boards. Canada's Lindros kept it in. Foot was turning. They keep it in. Coffey centered it to Lindros. No shot. Salo covers. No further play.
Well, the teams exchanged odd man rushes there. Sweden had a 4-on-3, and then Canada had a 3-on-2. But neither goalie had to come up with a big stop. Paul Coffey joined the rush. Here's the 4-on-2, and the shot that goes along with it. And the rebound comes out in front, and away goes Canada, catching the whole Swedish forward line. But they never did have it materialize into a difficult stop as Paul Coffey joins the rush. To see him do that a little more.
Face off to the left of Salo. Linden trying to hook it back. It went the other way. Sweden controlled the draw, and Gartmanlaw missed it in the corner. And he was bumped. Dumfus gave him a second shot. Up for Desjardins. That'll go to the crowd. Fired off the stick of Nicholas Lidstrom into the crowd.
I mentioned in the third period, I think it was, that, or maybe the first overtime, that Canada was winning the face-offs, but our statistics showed they were for the regulation time, but in the overtime, and in this overtime, 5 minutes into it, they haven't won as many.
Linden again taking the draws on the Gretzky line. Dumfus, the other player. Gretzky hooked it with a stick, got it over in front. He's immediately tied up, manages to knock it deeper into the corner. At the line, Desjardins didn't go for the net. Gretzky centered it, trying to bank it in off the goaltender. He centered it again. Flipped back to the net a second time. Alfredson back deep in his own zone will hook it out to relieve the pressure. Stevens comes back. Being watched by Gartmanlaw. Deep pass through the middle. Dumfus couldn't hit Messier. Now Sweden turning back. Gartmanlaw ran into a wall. Couldn't move on it. And here's a break. Messier. Gloved by Salo. Messier didn't look like anything was wrong with the groin there as he jumped into the rush and took the wrist shot.
Well, it looked like a soccer game going on just outside the Swedish blue line. And the next thing you know, number 11 sprinted away. Look at all these people. The puck bouncing. Most of them don't know where it is. And here comes Messier. And he lets a quick wrist shot go from a bit of a bad angle. But Salo, as he has so often tonight, makes a good catch.
Got the shot up a little maybe too high. Salo had the glove right there. There it was. Messier stays on. Graves to his right. Dropped in. Lemieux, the other winger for Canada. Cleared out of the zone. Down goes Sundin. Band on it again. It bounced over his stick. Messier had to move it in a hurry. Sweden in. Sundin back at the goal. This looks dangerous. Sundin around the net. Sundin out front. Can't get the shot. Lemieux tied him up. It's kept in there deep. Anderson trying to center it. And it's finally knocked out of the zone by Lemieux down the ice. Again, Anderson up with Sundin. Gives it to Sundin. He's obviously tired. They're racing off now, changing. Lemieux trying to take the pass behind him. Went off his stick. Sweden shooting it back in. The 7-minute mark of the second overtime. Lemieux to center. Wants to get off, so he dumps it in deep. Salo shooting it high. That stop. Centered. Yzerman got it back. 3 Swedes on a rush. Forsberg diving. Gets back up quickly. Bearquist couldn't catch up to the pass. Slapped in there by Fleury. Fleury, Brind'Amour, and Yzerman. Centered. Yzerman into Brind'Amour. Yzerman. Oh, Salo! Salo stopped it. Dumped out of the zone by Bergquist to center. Brindamore. What a chance he had. What a chance Yzerman had. What a chance Fleury had. But it's Forsberg coming to center. Getting away from Lindros. Getting away from Shanahan, who caught him on a second attempt. Back in Canada. They're trying to end it now. Oh, a deflected shot. Missed the top corner. Sakic was in there. Lindros has to hurry back and get his man. Stevens did it for him. Here's Sakic coming away. Sakic gets it over. Shanahan dropped it. Shot. Kicked out by Salo. Canada pouring it on. They keep the puck in, but now Nylander gets away. Coming up with Dahlin. Pass behind him. He had a turnaround. Shanahan got back in his own zone. Wasted a little time. Whacked at it and got it out to Shanahan, who wanted to get off. Stays on. Drilled the long shot right on the net. Calle Johansson coming out. Right wing pass won't work. Fired away to center ice. Gretzky put it on the open side. Sweden stopping the Canadian rush. Blake up to Linden. Linden dropped it. Gretzky! Oh, stopped! Made a big move in front of us. Stopped in there. Sundin coming back at them. Sundstrom and Sundin fired back to the net. Niedermayer hurried his pass. Once again up to center. Blake. In it goes the Gretzky centering pass. Blake fired it off the boards to Gretzky in the corner. He got it back to the net. Gretzky again. Turned. Took it on his skate. He's pinned there and can't move. Canada on it. Center. Linden missed a great chance on the pass by Don Fuchs. Can't believe the tension here in the building. Will somebody score? Long pass down. Canada coming close. Icing call against Sweden.
Pretty early in the year for one of these, isn't it, Mr. Cole? Wayne Gretzky nearly ended it, as he never did regain the kind of control that he wanted when the puck squirted away from him. And Tommy Salo came up with another big stop. And Gretzky walked into the middle right here, one-on-one, fakes the shot, and gets outside, and Calle Johansson blocks it with his right skate.
Well, they're taking it. You wonder how they can take it, but they're taking it. We are nearing the halfway mark of the second overtime here at the Core State Center in Philadelphia. The loser of this game is out of the series. The winner in the final. USA and Russia getting set to go at it tomorrow. And I know we're keeping them up to. Shot! Blocked in front. Lemieux fired that one. Ties up his man who fell on the puck and then get up pushing in seven. Lemieux drawing a crowd. Calle Johansson. One after Lemieux. Lemieux was in a great spot for that shot.
Claude Lemieux didn't have the stick when he wanted it to see if he could find the puck in the feet of the Swedish defenseman. So he and Calle Johansson, the captain of the Swedish team, went down. They'll both get a penalty here. So we'll have a little bit of 4 skaters against 4. And here it is right here. Mark Messier on the face-off. Gets the draw back into the slot. Claude Lemieux looking right here. And he tackles Johansson, and Johansson came back at him. Didn't like the fact that the rest of the match was going on, and they both get a roughing penalty.
Okay, so they're both gone. Calle Johansson, the captain, and Lemieux. 9:33 of the second overtime.
4 skaters against 4 now. The most dangerous player often is the defenseman. And don't you remember the Edmonton Oilers when they got into this 4-on-4 situation? They scored on a regular basis.
And Coffey is on the ice now. He has Adam Foote as a defense partner. Up front, it's going to be Lindros and Sakic. Mattias Norrstrom, one of the defensemen for Sweden, talking to Niklas Sundström before Sundström moves into the big circle to try and win the draw. He's against Lindros. Lindros won it. Back to Coffey. Coffey gave it away. It's a one-on-one. Up comes Sundin on Foote, and Foote played him well and stayed right there with him. Sakic, great play by Adam Foote. Sakic's pass, trying to hit Lindros ahead of him. That didn't work. Foote is back again. Play went by Sakic. He didn't see the pass. Came off the boards. And Sweden backing up. And here they come. Sundin again. Up over center. Gets in over the line. Hangs onto it. Foote is staying with him again. And Canada will bring it out. 3 of them on the rush. 2 men back. In is Lindros. Lindros played it in. Right in front. And it was called on the offside as they rush to the net.
Tommy Salo made the save anyway. Eric Lindros hesitated a little bit as the Canadians had a 3-on-2 rush going, and the wingers could not stay onside. Let's have a look at it right here. Coffey's in the rush, you see, and Lindros gets it to him, but I don't think Coffey was offside. I think it was the forward on the far side that went in early, and he could have walked in alone had the whistle not gone, and may have ended this baby.
Desjardins and Stevens are the 2 defensemen. Linden and Yzerman are the 2 forwards for Canada. Alfredsson for Sweden, along with Forsberg. Albeline getting it back for Lidstrom. And they move up on the attack. Alfredsson dropped it. Shot! Blocked by Stevens. He made a big play on that. Now Desjardins hooked into open ice. Sweden on it. A rush by Alfredsson. He's up there alone. That's stopped by Joseph, covering on the short side. Forsberg causing a problem. Alfredsson is trying to get off to the Swedish bench as Linden moves up through center. Had his stick lifted by Forsberg, who was right there alongside. Anderson turning back. Got away from Messier. But Messier knocked down his pass and he backhands it in. Darren Fleury racing in there. It'll be Mikael Anderson who will come out for Sweden. Turning around with Garpenlov. The penalties have 10 seconds left on them. And moving up, the defenseman Norrstrom with Garpenlov. Garpenlov got it back. Long shot hit the outside of the net down low. Canada moving up. Lemieux is ahead of the play. Coming in. Lemieux. Stop. Rebound is booted away out over the line by Fleury. Lemieux had a great chance. Salo solid in there for Sweden. Up to center. Norrstrom. Fired in deep by Johansson. Canada back. Coming out. Coffey's long pass into Don Foose. Gretzky up there with him, but Don Foose is pinched by Albeline. In on the boards. Calle Johansson gets it up as far as Coffey. And then Coffey's relay, and it's knifed in there. Linden went in, light bump on the goaltender. Out for Johansson, he got it up there. Bergqvist. And Adam Foote backs up around his own net. Put it up high. Came down to Coffey. Dangerous pass. Across the line. He got away with it. Here's Linden and Gretzky. Gretzky's pass back. Gretzky goes back of the net to Don Foose to Gretzky out front. Centering pass. Salo jammed the pads. That one nearly banked in off him.
He scored a few banking him off the goaltender from behind the net, but he couldn't get this one past Tommy Salo on a dangerous rush by the Gretzky line. And Gretzky and Linden on the Gretzky line have had a lot of chances here in the second overtime, and they were pretty quiet, I thought, in the first 3 periods. Coffey, a chance-taking defenseman, throws a long pass across his own zone. And the Gretzky line here. Watch Wayne Gretzky try and bank it off right there. Dom Foose, Linden, and Gretzky, they've been better in the overtimes than they were in regulation.
Sweden controlling on this faceoff. Around the net, Calle Johansson, a light bump from Lindros coming in behind him. Sweden will clear the zone. They get up fast on the rush. Anderson comes in, dropped it back neatly. Anderson goes after it behind the net. Anderson has Desjardins chasing him. Sundin takes it off the boards, gets it back to the line. It was kept in onside by Popovich. Desjardins trying to move it. Sakic gets it out. We saw Lindros moving up. Pass was behind him. Now he gets it in there. A little bit too far for Sakic. Sakic and Shanahan behind the net. Shanahan hit the mesh with it. Stayed there before Lindros got in to knock it loose. The referee had called the play.
Fawcett's being criticized a little bit here by the fans for blowing the whistle so quickly when the puck was on the back of the net. They usually do give you a second to see if you'll knock it off. And Joe Sakic, who hasn't had many shots, one shot on goal. When you have a wrist shot like his, and you're in the 5th period, you want him to have a half a dozen or more. He may beat you from anywhere inside the top of the circle.
Sweden won their 3 games in the European pool. So they've got a clean slate. Canada lost just the one to the USA. Right here in Philadelphia. Alfredson shoots it from his own side of center. That should be icing. It is. So they'll bring it back inside the Swedish blue line to the right to Tommy Salo. 6:14 left in the second overtime.
Well, the team that wins this game will stay right here in Philadelphia, waiting for the result of the game tomorrow night in Ottawa. Don't forget, it's on CBC. It'll be a good one, too. I'm not so sure it can be as good as this one.
Shots are almost even now. Canada gets ready for another one. Screen shot from the blue line. Wide of the net. Canada keep it in. Graves takes his shot. That weak shot missed the goal and came off the boards for Salo to get down on. 42 shots by Sweden. 41 shots now by Canada.
In the 2 overtimes, and there's 6:02 left in the second one, Canada has outshot Sweden 18-9, and certainly has outchanced them. And Tommy Salo has been the hero for Sweden in the overtime, where he's had a more difficult time than has Curtis Joseph. But this has been a great duel between 2 fine goaltenders.
Big line on for Canada now is Lindros, Shanahan, and Sakic. They've been getting chances. Sundstrom with Sundin, of course, again for Sweden. Blake stopped it at the blue line, had to hurry the shot in, just dumped it ahead, and 4 Team Sweden players get going. Sundin comes up there with Anderson right behind him. Anderson going after it. Sundstrom is in front of the net. Now he has to leave that spot. And Canada come up with it and get it out. Sakic, not much room for him to make a move. Got it in for Big Lindros. Sakic couldn't knock it down as the goaltender cleared it out. Shanahan hit his man. Sundstrom takes a long shot. Joseph got the stick down on that. Sweden changing. Coffey moving up. Coffey gets to the line. Nice pass ahead. That's broken up. Gretzky is knocked down. He knows the puck is underneath him. He was not about to move.
Well, the defenseman had moved up, and they were a great distance between the 2 of them. And if that puck had squirted loose, it could have been a breakaway for Team Sweden. Both teams pretty cautious in the neutral zone. They get it in when in doubt. Gretzky right there tried to get it in, and it hit the stick of Lidstrom. And there's what I mean. The 2 defensemen are coming up. Gretzky smartly sat on the puck.
5:15 left in the second overtime here in Philadelphia. Eileen. Oh, and a nice stop by Joseph. He had the angle, but had to move quickly with the goal stick to stop that shot. Patrick Uline uncorking that.
Well, he's a Philadelphia property, played 14 games last year for the Flyers, got 3 goals. He was injured most of the year and only played 14 games in Hershey, the Philadelphia farm team in the American Hockey League, but he has been one of the more effective Swedes tonight. He's Allen and Ed Snyder, major domos in the Flyer organization.
Face off to the right of Joseph Nylander for Sweden. Messier for Canada. Puck is dropped in. Coffey. Graves looking the other way. Took a swipe at it and got it out. Pounded back in. And the play goes offside at Team Canada's blue line. This hasn't slowed down at all. Great pace to start the game. Settled a bit in the second. Canada went up 2-0. And Sweden got 2 goals in the third to tie it. We're in the second overtime. With 5 minutes left. Gretzky had the pass tipped in front of him. Good play. Coming off the glass from funny angles. That one was shot in. Gretzky now will try to bounce one in there, and he did. Salo stopped that. Pads closed. Big glove down. Golfed away, out over the line. Nylander lost a chance to move it. Up comes Don Foos with Gretzky. His pass is intercepted. Back up Bergquist. Got it down to Nylander. Nylander, Bergquist shooting. And that's blocked. There goes Don Foos. Gretzky is catching up on the play. Linden on the other side. Linden tried to feed it to Gretzky. A 2-on-1 because of it. Down it goes. Johansson can't center it. Gets another chance. Calle Johansson missed the far side, and Gretzky knows they're in trouble. And he shoots it down the ice. It'll be an icing call. But a smart move by Gretzky. It was obvious things had broken down. And that relieved the pressure.
A dangerous situation for Canada, though. The 3 forwards going north, and the puck was deflected. The pass deflected south. And Desjardins fought hard to get back to take away what looked like a dangerous 2-on-1.
So the face-off again to the left of Curtis Joseph. From the draw, Stevens dumped it back to the net softly, though. Alfredsson was in there, nearly made the play. Forsberg does, but lost it. And Canada on the defensive now. Getting another icing call against them as they dump it out and down the ice. Sather looking up and down the bench. Short shifts for both teams coming on now.
Well, both teams have to be exhausted. There's no question about that, but the pace doesn't tell you that. It's been a whale of a hockey game.
He looks calm, but believe me, folks, it's tight time right here in Philadelphia. Shot right off the draw. Not a good one. The one that misses. Canada does not clear it cleanly. Desjardins, the defenseman, on the rush. Backhands it in. Circles back to center. Lindros on the puck. Trying to get around the net. Alfredsson stopped him. It got by Stevens and out to center. And Desjardins will drive it back in. Everybody was turned going the other way. Forsberg is getting away. He's coming up there with Johansson. Forsberg stays with it. Bumped his man. Forsberg again. Tried to center it. Stevens knocked it into the corner. And Desjardins gets it out. Coming on again. They're turning it up a little. Canada, a little disorganized. The last 2 shifts appeared to be in a little trouble. Now they're on the attack. Yzerman circles everybody. Lost it on the boards, and Sweden will get it out. Sundin just missed it. Joseph saw the play develop, so came out. Sundin took it away from Canada. Left it for Lidstrom. It's hammered in by Sweden. Play had gone offside, crossed the 2 lines. Only 2:26 left in the second overtime period in this game for all the marbles until the final.
Here are the players on Team Canada that are captains of their respective NHL teams. So there should be no lack of leadership on the Canadian team. All these players proudly wear the C's for their respective teams.
Messier on there again with Graves and Lemieux. Sweden's Nordstrom has stopped. There goes Messier chasing it. Nordstrom gets it again. Dumps it down inside the Canadian line. And that's an icing call against Sweden. So they're playing very careful hockey now.
2:10 left in the second overtime of this excellent performance by both teams. I've said it a million times. The team that wins gets to the finals, and the team that loses is out. And we have two teams that are bordering on exhaustion, I'm sure.
The faceoff will come inside the Swedish blue line to the left of Tommy Salo. He's made 40 stops in the game. Curtis Joseph has made 41 in this hockey game. Canada winning the draw, keeping it in. Messier doesn't see it. Graves does. He kicked it out front, but Sweden is on it. Garpenlov dropped it back to Forsberg. Three of them are going in together. Forsberg taking the shot. He'll go for the net now. Oh, that was close. It was deflected and just missed the first side. Here's Forsberg getting out. Oh, that was close. Another shot, and that was close. Three of them. We're still playing. Another shot off the goal post. Four of them. And we're still playing. Lemieux is going up there. The crowd in a frenzy. Sweden coming so close 4 times. And they'll try it again. Moving up. Forsberg, big move. That's blocked in front of Joseph. Canada hanging on now. Forsberg belted on the boards in there. It's cleared through the middle by Brind'Amour. 1 minute left in the second overtime. Dallenbach with the pass to the far side. Popovich feeding it ahead through the middle. Sweden. Nylander coming in. Shoots it in there for Patrick Julin. They don't get it out. Long screen shot. Nylander is there. Canada trying to get it out. Dahlen flipped it back at the net. Somebody shoot it out, they're saying. And get the puck out. Coffey with it. Can he get it out? No. Stopped at the blue line. Coffey again. Skating away. All nerve. Great confidence. Coffey left it at the line. Fleury scores! Scores! Canada wins this marathon and will play for the World Cup.
I think Theron Fleury scored it. Who knows? Canada won it. 12.5 seconds to go. In a brilliant hockey game, a rush led by the veteran Paul Coffey ended up in the net, and Canada earns a day off tomorrow before they start the final on Tuesday.
Well, what a hockey game here in Philadelphia. Sweden, just 2 shifts ago, had 4 sure goals taken away. Back down the ice, led by the veteran Coffey. He took it over the line. Fleury came in. He fired the shot off the pad. In the net. This game is over, and Canada goes on 3-2.
I think Brendan Shanahan tipped it, but it's hard to say. 2 Canadian players going to the net. Fleury took the shot. It definitely hit something before it went in. And Brendan Shanahan may well be the guy that scored.
Wow. What a night. in this city of brotherly love. Here's Ron McLean.
Bob, thanks.
Total of 43. This evening's three-star selection, the Bud Ice three-star selection, is made by CBC TV. Star number one.
Well, we'll round up Ron shortly. Shanahan gets the big one. They crowded the net. Shanahan gets the goal. Fleury took the shot. Coffey made the rush. It's over at 19:47 of a second overtime period. Canada in a thriller against Sweden, 3-2. Coffey was the one that showed the leadership, leaving it up the line perfectly. Then the rush to the net. There's Shanahan in there. He got the goal.
Brind'Amour and Shanahan went to the net, caused the problem for Tommy Salo, and it looks like Shanahan got a stick on it. And here's the Team Canada bench with only 12.5 seconds left in the second overtime. Canada will play in the final against the United States or Russia. And here is the overhand look at Canada's game-winning goal, and you can see in the upper right-hand corner the clock.
A close game, folks. The shots were 43 apiece. In overtime, 20-10 for Canada as they dug down a little deeper, although you have to remember the terrific chances Team Sweden had just before the rush by Coffey, when they had 4 great chances to score, but they didn't. Canada did. They won it 3-2.
We are back at the Core State Center in Philadelphia. An unbelievable game tonight between Sweden and Canada. And the final is all set up. You want in?
Yes. What did I say? Coffey, carry the puck up there just once. Grab it and go. And that's why he did. There wasn't much time left. He could do it, eh? He went with it, dropped it. I said, get a guy in front, because this Soderstrom, I'm telling you, boy, if you don't get in front of him, he's going to stop it. And what happened? Coffey carried it and took a shot, and we prevailed, and we'll see you in Montreal.
Curtis Joseph, brilliant. Tommy Salo, brilliant. And Shanahan was a good pick, I have to admit. Yes. So it's Canada versus either Russia or the USA, and we'll continue this story tomorrow evening in the nation's capital when we present the coverage at 8 ET. For all of us, thanks for watching. Congratulations, Canada. And good
CBC Sports, home of the champions.
CBC, celebrating 60 years of public broadcasting.
score. So just after the game, about 1 in the morning, we had a quick interview with Brendan Shanahan.
It's over, but it was thrilling. Paul Coffey made a great play. His speed backed everybody off. I pulled Steve Yzerman off on a line change and just went to the net. And Theo made a great play. I felt something. If I tipped it, I mean, I just barely tipped it, because when Theo came in, I said, Theo, that might be yours. And he said, I don't care. And we just went crazy.
Nobody cares. It was funny to watch in overtime where there's so many stars on the ice, and I wonder what it was like on the bench as Glenn shouting, okay, and Shanahan, you were pretty much all the way with Sakic and Lindros, but as you say, you have to communicate with Yzerman. How was it all working?
Well, I think our line, we had a good start. Eric got a big goal for us and stuck with us. I think all of our lines were playing pretty well. We all had an opportunity to win and score the winning goal in the game, but we rolled them over. We'd roll 4, and eventually we'd cut down and roll 3 lines. So it was tiring, but our bench was calm, and we still had a lot of fuel left. As the game went on, we felt like the stronger team. We felt that the longer it went, we were getting stronger and stronger, but you never know in overtime.
You sure never do. Brendan pulling off Stevie Yzerman and going right to the net, much the way Paul Henderson pulled off Pete Mahovlich in 1972, drove to the net, and you know what happened there. But as it turned out, an hour after the game, they award the goal to Theoren Fleury. So we move from heroics from Mimico to heroics from Moose Jaw. Here's Theoren.
Just get her on net and found a hole and went in.
You know, it was really neat. I talked to your dad this morning, and they got in at, 3 in the morning? They missed a connection coming through somewhere, Chicago or...
Minneapolis, yeah.
Minneapolis, was it?
Yeah, it was... He's always been a good luck charm for me. He was there in '91 when we won the Canada Cup in Hamilton, and he was there in Game 5 in Montreal when when we took a 3-2 series lead against the Canadiens, went on to win the Cup the next game. So he's a real good luck charm for me, and it's great to have him.
I know he was there in Game 7 in Calgary, too, against Vancouver in 1989.
That's true.
Neil breaking in, your dad was right there in the picture. Your in-laws are here as well, too.
Yeah, we brought the whole family here. I think it's a great opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and you know, they're your support system when things don't go all that well, and so it's always nice to have your family close by, and especially when you do good things out there, it makes not only them proud, but the rest of my family proud. My 2 brothers back home in Manitoba.
And Wilfred and Irene, we said
that's
hi
right.
to them in Oxbow.
That's right.
Well, that's the biggest kick. It's for the people you get to please. Tell us about what a game. I just can't find words for that one.
Yeah, that was one of the best games I played in. I've had the opportunity to play in a lot of great games, and give Sweden credit. Like, we threw everything at them, and they didn't give an inch. And you know, goalie's best friend is the goalpost, and hits the goalpost, and we come down a shift later and scoring in the game. So it's a break here and there, and fortunately enough for us, we got that break.
Well, everyone in the world's gunning for you, and you come through again. Congratulations.
Well, thanks a lot.
Theoren Fleury, part of the heroics in double overtime as Canada wins it 3-2, and they'll meet the winner.